wrote this one because I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still and roll it, cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want to love.
Baby girl,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to.
Hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love.
Love
Love
me.
the way I love you.
I love you, girl. Just relax, 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 just relax. Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God, eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things for me that you do. When you rub my back, it's feeling so nice. Much more than reunion and ice. It's about the kindness I can see in your face, and the way it's at the right time and place. No other woman I'd rather spend my time with. This love is so fresh I can taste.
I just want to love.
Love
the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Love the way you love.
It's about you.
Love the way I love you.
I love you.
Just relax. Just relax.
Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. LOV you. My GRL. What? It's like that.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. What's up, everybody?
Take heed. Take
Take heed. Take heed. Take heed. Take heed. Take heed. Take heed. I traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed. But even my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, eat a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you change the topic. My partner should get a put your beat in the pocket. Yeah, man. Back at it again. That was one of my ditties called Take Heed. Originally recorded by myself and Sir Gael down there on the other side of Denmark in a town called Odense, right? And yeah, but you hearing, you know, some of the revived versions of that. You know, I first recorded some of these songs, man, like 20 years ago. A lot of people don't realize that, you know. Every once in a while, you know, most people actually really, I get a lot of interest in my music, not just from YouTube, but from other platforms. And of course, I've been doing music for a long time. Like since what, 1985, I've been like recording music, making tapes. I'm talking about with analog, the whole way through. So, what's interesting about some of this music that I play here is that I recorded this stuff 20 years ago. And so every once in a while, when I get a little hater that comes on my platform and it's like, oh, I hope you don't think your music is shit, I just sit there and think like, wow, man, you really got that much energy to hate on somebody else's creativity. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just putting that out there. Actually, you're hearing vocals that were recorded 20 years ago. So when you hear the message, if you can even take in a message, because we know a lot of music today, sadly enough, a lot of us, not all of us, some of us got good taste, but a lot of us are used to just hearing garbage, like garbage words coming from another human being. That's not me. So when you see this LP, you go to, Spotify doesn't really play, but you go to YouTube. I say go to YouTube and play it, right? When you go to YouTube or you go to Tidal or you go to one of these other platforms, right? Understand you're listening to stuff that was done 20 years ago. Yeah, it may be remixed. It may have changes, but I'm talking about my vocals, the actual vocals you're hearing are recorded 20 years ago. Maybe even more. Yeah. So for a cat back then, I think it sounds all right. And even more, the message, I got some messages in here. I mean, when you listen to this track right here, I mean, it almost sounds like, I don't have all the tracks on here, but I have one song called, on this LP, Love and Madness, it's called Make Money, Act Funny. And the hook goes like this: make money, act funny, do your thing, dummy. But over there, they thinking la da 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 da. You do your bid like a molested kid. But but they still singing la da 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 da. That means, if you ever read a Frantz Fanon book, you see what I'm saying? Imagine how the mind of not even just a victim, only a victim of colonialism is put together. But how about the mind of a colonizer that's living in another land that their ancestors don't come from? How do you put that identity together? And you just think about that when you listen to that song. See, so, again, my music is not for everybody. It's definitely not for ignorant, stupid people. And I implore folks that really do like real poetry to check out some of my music. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I'm old school, man. I'm old school. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm old school. Really, I'm from the, I've been doing music, not just for myself, but working on music with other people since 1985. I mean, I'm talking about in the basement in 1985, but in the 90s, actually, a step further than that. You see what I mean? So, these are just a compilation of some ditties that I put together, and put out. But I recorded these vocals like 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So there it is. But let me see. Let me go to YouTube. You can go to YouTube and listen to the whole thing. Today's program, of course, I'm going to get into some politics, but it's going to be a little different because a lot of my followers like to check in on the stock market too. So I'm going to check in on the stock market also and talk a little bit about that, and then also talk a little bit about the tax system here in the country I live called Denmark in comparison to the U.S. But let me see here. YouTube, I think it's YouTube Music. If I go like this and I say music, and then I say YouTube, am I searching on it now? Let's say Love and Madness, and the artist name is Empirical. And I mean, that should give you an idea of, of a little bit of my mindset when I name myself Empirical, right? For those of you that know what empirical is or empirical data, that means information. You know what I'm saying? That means evidence. So here we go. You can go to YouTube and and you can look this up. Here it is right here. Let me see here. Let's go to this one. I think it's this one right here. Here we go. And then you will see the playlist, and then you will see the artist name. Let me see. The artist's name is down here. So you go to here to the topic, right? And then you can get every song that's on YouTube by myself, right? Here we go. But I always start off with the LP because the LP actually has a lot of tracks on it. You know what I'm saying? But there's different tracks. Here we go. So let's take a little listen for those that are interested.
Take heed. 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 Take heed.
I traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed. But even my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner stood there to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit.
You know, and you might have heard me mention a cat by the name of Sir Gale, right? And that means Mr. Street in Danish, right? That's the cat that originally recorded this set of songs. I mean, I got loads of songs. I'm actually releasing some new stuff from 20 years ago again. You know what I'm saying? But I have probably like 100 or something different songs from this time period in my life. You see what I mean? And then I have a few more, right? But yeah. So these tracks are 20. These vocals were recorded 20 years ago. The music wasn't 20 years ago. This is updated music, but the vocals are 20 years ago.
We smoke weed, break up trees, listen, bring in your fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homie, shut up and listen. So get a Vic Bennett, yo, check your vision. I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe.
And the people will learn how to stand up to evil. You know, so when you listen to these tracks, the lyrics, fit today. You know what I'm saying? The lyrics fit today. You see what I mean? As a matter of fact, oh, hold on. Let me see here. Time said we had house parties in the basement and graduated to house parties. There was exactly, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit. And I remember the time where, to be honest with you, everybody would, I would go to Soul Kitchen party. You know what I'm saying? Then I would go to a house party. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Then I would go to a reggae party. I mean, that's what it was like for me in my 20s. You know what I'm saying? I was going to all the goddamn parties, and you could have house parties. Everybody was having a party in a house. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was renting out a area and having a jam. Or if you wasn't going to the underground clubs, you could cats would promote their own parties, rent out a venue and promote their own parties. You know what I'm saying? And for me, music was a part of my life. A lot of people, that's what you could do on the weekends. You could go out, have fun, and you could dance it all the way. You know what I'm saying? And don't ever forget that as a human being, you can do that. As a human being, you can write a poem about the times you live in. As a human being, you can take people on a journey that validates their existence too. As a human being, you could do that through artistry. So I actually learned about that. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm saying? Rest in peace to my pops. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace to my pops. Because my pops was actually a pretty decent poet, you know, and from DC. And a lot of people in his time, when he grew up in DC, he was born and raised in DC, and a lot of people from the 60s know my pops for his poetry. Like, straight up, I'm talking about all these people that talk about revolution, all these people talking about a change in society is going to come and all of that. You know, a lot of people know my pops for poetry. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, you know what I mean? And my pops was loved by people, all different likes of people. You know what I mean? Somebody came on my page the other day and wrote some shit about, you know, I'm a racist, I'm promoting racism. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these people? What's wrong with you? If you discuss racism, you're a racist. This is the new standard so if you're a woman and you discuss you discuss gender bias, you're committing gender bias. If you have any issue at all that plagues you, you're the person that's doing it because you're talking about it. It's just, you know, this is the low that people go to. But I'm gonna tell you, I wasn't raised by racist. I wasn't raised in a racist town. You see what I mean? And if you knew anything about me, you would look in the mirror and smack yourself for even attempting to call me that. I'm not a misogynist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a homophobe. I'm not any of that shit. You see what I mean? I'm just a good person that likes to live and let lives and respect other people that know how to respect other people. You see what I mean? Like, just straight up. And it ain't complicated. It's not even complicated. You know, everybody could play a part in that if they want to. But if you stuck on hate, then at least be proud of it. If you stuck on hate, be proud of it. Claim it. Just say you're a fucking hater. Just say you're a racist. Just say you're a bigot. Just say, I hate gays. I hate women. You know, I hate blacks. I hate Latinos. You could even say you hate the Irish. Fuck it. I don't even care if that's what you get off on. Do you know there's xenophobes out there? If you're a proud xenophobe, just go ahead and be one. But stop coming after the people that ain't. You see what I mean? Stop coming after the people that want everybody to get together, because this bullshit in the United States of America and in other parts is sometimes madness. It makes no fucking sense. You see what I mean? I mean, come on. It's 2026. There's bigots out here that aren't even smart enough to want health care for themselves. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? Come on. But so instead, I just write songs about my real feelings. Well, this track right here, the inspiration for this track is who? The mother of my children. So people can laugh at it if they want.
Yeah,
the mother of my children. Every time I see the mother of my children with my kids, you know what I'm saying? She knows about this song. She listens to this song. She jams out to this song because she knows in reality I wrote this song about her. Like, in reality. So,
because I love you and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love.
Real life. I wrote this song about her too. Inspiration from life.
I'm having feelings I never felt in my life.
It's hard to explain what I'm going through is new.
I'm good looking, clean up well,
but without this fine young little lady, I'm still in hell.
She's brown skin, Eritrean. Love every
second of the time that we spend. We're good friends.
There's no need to pretend. The way she walks and moves her hips.
Wave your hands, y'all. Put your hands in the air. Come on.
Sunday morning, make her breakfast in bed. Bring
her a latte and chill up in the spread. And represent all the thoughts in my head.
And affect all the thoughts in my head. The comforter. All
right. Now, so that was inspired by my wife. You know what I'm saying? Or my ex-wife. But the mother of my kids, we still good friends. We still partners. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much in life. Now, check this out. Check this one out. This one is called Make Money Act Funny, Do Your Thing Dummy. It's about my observations of life. It's about my observations growing up. Like, listen, everybody got to be out there. Everyone might be out there in the streets at some point in your life, but don't be stupid. Make money, act funny, do your thing, dummy. But over there, they singing la da 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 because they see you. They see all of that. So don't fall for it. Get in, get out. Don't fall for the okie doke. That's what this song is about. And it's And it's also about examining the mindset of give me money. Money is more important. Money's more important than ethics. It's about that mindset. Where does it come from? Broken, fragmented identity. Read about it in a Frantz Fanon book. And that Frantz Fanon book is not just about the people that were colonized. It's about the fragmented mindset of the colonizer, because the colonizer has to live with that shit too. Think about it.
Make money, act funny,
Do your thing, dummy.
But over there, they think it's You do your bid like a molested kid, but guess what? They still singing Make shit happen.
I was born for this rapping.
All this backstabbing in the hell you can't imagine. Hands and titties and yes, the ass cheeks clapping. All of this sweet things lead to digits on a napkin. See, I got feelings.
You see that? It's like, what makes people identify that way? Hands and titties and ass cheeks clapping. All the sweet things lead to digits on a napkin. Yeah, but can you handle it? Are you ready for that? Is that what you want? You want to exploit women? Is that what you think a success is? That's not love. But do you think it's love? But you can have it if you think it's love. But you tell me. What?
Clapping, all of this sweet things lead to digits on a napkin. See, I got feelings, but they all balled up.
I got feelings, but they all balled up. I'm kind of fucked up, but for real, that's what's up.
I'm kinda fucked up, but for real, that's what's up. I'm really shy, but then I don't know why. I know I'm going to die, but first I wanna get high. Roll the weed till the eardrums bleed. We need some fucking hate, yeah, kid.
That's what we need.
That's what we need, cause in this rapping skills contain bullshit. It has
Cause in this rapping skill contains bullshit. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about the state of rap music. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about the mindset. You see what I mean? The broken, fragmented fucking mindset, behind a lot of this bullshit. And I'm just telling you, everybody out there that you meet is not falling for the okie doke. Everybody's not falling for the okie doke. You best believe that. You see what I'm saying? And it's just something to observe. So little kids out there, you think you playing that game, understand everybody is not falling for the okie doke. But are you?
get high, roll the weed till the eardrums bleed. We need some fucking hate, yeah kid, that's what we need. Cause in this rapping skills contain bullshit. It has similarities to life, that's sick. It can really suck, getting stabbed by a knife or shot. It doesn't matter, you just
the way they talk about murder and killing, it doesn't matter, you just go for what you got. Like it's fucking normal. It's not normal.
Rapping skills contain bullshit. It has similarities to life, that's sick. It can really suck, getting stabbed by a knife or shot. It doesn't matter, you just go for what you got. For real, I'm ambidextric, lyrically eclectic. Those who get hit with this get infected. Fuck that, I'll talk shit through the millennium.
Fuck that, I'll talk shit through the millennium. Do my part for this world ruled by Satan.
Do my part for this world ruled by Satan. I'm not faking, but there's something funny tasting. They baking in the sun, watching this shit get taken. All nations, so don't even get it twisted, son. Stop battling, man.
Stop that tail rattle, son.
The tail rattles. Something funny tasting.
Stop babbling, man. Stop that tail rattle, son. Cause you're lying to yourself.
This world ruled by Satan. I'm not faking, but there's something funny tasting. They baking in the sun, watching this shit get taken. All nations, so don't even get it twisted, son. Stop battling, man. Stop the tail rattle, son. Cause our fate in the human race is like cattle. Cats be doing shit with their lips like babble.
Cause our fate in the human race is like cattle. Cats be doing
Get it twisted, son. Stop battling, man. Stop the tail rattle, son. Cause our fate in the human race is like cattle. Cats be doing shit with their lips
like babble.
Make money, act funny,
do your thing, dummy.
But over there, they thinking you do your bid like a molested kid, but guess what?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't just write songs for nothing, and I don't have to write a million goddamn songs. Shit, that song is going to be around. Cat's going to be grooving on that song. And more importantly, when you hear that song, what feelings does it induce in your body when you turn it up and you feel it and you listen to it? What's the message that you get out of it? You see what I'm saying? And then even furthermore, if you ever see me perform my shit live, you gonna love it. I'm just telling you, you are gonna love it because I had the benefit of studying under some really cool cats that do perform. I know what it's like to be on the stage, and I also know what it's like to learn from other cats that's been on the stage. Maybe from some of the people you heard before, probably, likely, very likely. You know what I'm saying? So I don't just write music for the sake of it to get popular. I wrote music to be timeless, you know, to speak to the times, to speak to people, different people, anywhere, anyone in the world. If you listen, can relate to many of these songs, can relate to many of the songs. The songs is not about one place. The song is about a reality that exists. You know what I'm saying? This song, Hold On. Damn, I think I wrote Hold On, like, in reality, I think I wrote Hold On in like 25 years ago. Like, for real? You know what I'm saying? I think I wrote, I'm 55 years old. I think I wrote it maybe 25, maybe 27, 28 years ago. 27 years ago, maybe I wrote this song.
Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope.
As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms.
Some brothers might see the doom. I see my nigga Paulo, fat pockets of papes.
He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes.
There goes Rollo with the blowout fro.
He's got a gat.
Hey yo, niggas gots to go. No show is live with narrating, fuck Memorex. My nigga Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest.
One slug blasted out, down boy died.
Now show me some love, kid.
It sounds like a fucking lie.
Sounds like a fucking lie. The struggle goes on. People trying to survive.
Hold on.
But we know it's been
So long.
Pain without a limit.
So wrong.
Sometimes I think how the world come to this. A place where every man and woman needs a therapist.
Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all that bullshit through their constitution. I mean, you know, there it is. So let me put it in the chat. You know what I'm saying? It's good to talk a little bit about my music. I don't do it all the time, but listen. I'm a real person. I'm a real human being. A real brother from the East Coast of the United States of America, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Shit. If you enjoy music like this, just send me a message. Let me know. It's all good. I don't care about that. Matt says it's only 6 viewers. Yo, man, you don't follow my channel enough. I don't really care. I don't do it for how many viewers, my friend. Some days it's 50,000. Some days it's 20. Some days it's 10. Some days it's like you. You here. Be happy that you're here, Matt. But nobody's forcing you to be here, Matt. You know, you got to question your own thoughts. Like, why do you come to places you don't like? You see what I'm saying? Or the places you don't appreciate. Why would you do that? That's another thought, decision you got to think about yourself, because I don't do that myself. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm productive in life, because I focus on the things that I like. You see what I mean? And the things I appreciate. Let me see here. What time is it? We couldn't get to the beach. I don't know where you live, my brother. We lived in the city in the summertime. We had Carlos, our best friend, tell us Uncle Pablo turn on the fire hydrant. Yeah, that's the 70s for you, man. That's the 70s and the 80s. You know, I'm born in 70, so that's my generation. You know what I mean? And just the thing about when it's a street jam, you know what I'm saying? You can get the light from the light post. You can get the electricity from the light post. I mean, people had to find ways to make do. You know what I'm saying? And people find ways to survive. You know what I'm saying? And that's what my music is about. Real life. It's real life. It's nothing about anything fake. I'm not writing about something imaginary or something that doesn't have meaning to my actual real life. You see what I mean? Now, some people not going to dig it. It's okay. That's part of being in a free world. You're not forced to dig it. I'm not forcing people to do anything with it at all. I've never done that, and I've never forced myself on somebody. You see what I mean? It's like all of my interactions have been interactions where I've been accepted and wanted and asked. You see what I'm saying? So on that note, people gotta check in. But that's what my music is about, reflection for young people. So I don't have a need to do a whole lot of music, but I have a need to do things that I think have meaning. You see what I mean? And oh no, I'm not saying that, Maddie. You good, man? Oh, okay. You didn't say you didn't like. Okay. Well, it's only 6 people here, but I don't even look at the numbers, Maddie. It's every day, so I pretty much understand that people come. Like, you never know, man. It might be 5,000 people that see this video after you. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good though. But I appreciate the support, man. Let more people know too if you like this kind of music or you like this kind of commentary. And also, I apologize if sometimes I'm coming off, I get a lot of haters here. You don't see it in the chat because the comments get blocked. But of course, I get a lot of haters. And they write some of the most insidious things you want. So sometimes I'm already waiting, which is something I need to check myself on too, because it can turn people off too. So I apologize to you straight up if I was wrong, I made or misjudged the situation, man. And that's just how you got to be as a real person, man. I try to be that way. I'm not perfect, but yo, man, you ain't going to get anywhere if you hung up on making mistakes and you can't admit it when you make it. You ain't gonna get nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I learned to do that. But no doubt, Maddie, I appreciate you, man, for coming through. Hate is bottled up love. Yo, hate is bottled up love. Like, maybe it is. Yeah, you can't get it out, or you, like Dave Chappelle said, let it out. If you got hate, let it out. Nah, but I don't know, man. But what I would suggest, I'm gonna tell you something. Because at one time, I don't read. I read a lot, but at one time, I spent a lot of time reading. You know what I'm saying? And I mean books. And what I would say is that as far as Americans are concerned, and I'm being very specific here, and anybody else can add themselves in some way that they think it is, but I'm an American and I grew up in the United States of America. So my reflections on growing up in the United States of America is they try to sell us something that is not safe and not healthy. They try to sell it to us as healthy. And that is my reflection as an American that lives outside of the U.S., has had a chance to live outside of the U.S. for 20 years, reflecting back on what growing up in the United States was like. And that's not to say there weren't great experiments. There are great experiences. There were loads of them. I wouldn't replace my upbringing, right? However, that's me. But I definitely know that a lot of the things that plague us are not normal things, and that we make our government makes way too many excuses, and they try to sell it back to us as normal, and we digest it as normal. And I would just say it's all Americans. It's not a color thing. Again, I try to say this. You have the colonized, and then you have the colonizers, but the colonizers have to digest the poison too. That's the thing about it. And you can make the same. They need to reflect on their mindset, because it's not the mindset of a group of people that live in the land that their ancestors come from. And that's very important to understand. You see what I mean? And, because you have to frame now your arguments to be different, to make excuses for why you do stuff. Now you have to become someone else. Listen, the English were the English. They came from England. The Danish were the Danish. They come from Denmark. They have their own language. You know what I'm saying? These two groups had war with each other. You know what I mean? Danes and Swedes had war with each other. You know what I'm saying? Germans had war with others. You see what I mean? Across Europe. So in America, their descendants have had to try to structure a new identity that's based on something else. And they're not having an easy time doing that, because it's hard to lie to yourself. And it's the same thing for the descendants. It's hard for us to find out where we fit in. Who are we? Where do we fit in? What is normal? What's real? What's true? What's our identity? And I think a Franz Fanon book even though it's often talking about it's directed at the colonized, what colonization does to the mind of victims of colonization. I mean, having read his writings a lot, over and over throughout for some time, 20 years or so, I would say, or 15 something, years. Really reading it, maybe like 10 to 15 years. I would say the colonizer has the same challenge, having to reform their identity, to exist. And it's not a pretty picture. It's not a pretty picture, man. You know what I'm saying? It is not a pretty picture. Look at MAGA. Look at MAGA. They don't make any damn sense. They make no goddamn sense. They talking about being nationalistic, and their biggest heroes are people with 3 different citizenships. What the fuck? They talking about, this is my country. Be more American. Well, what's the American language? None of them. They're not even trying to have any Native American language taught in any public school. Not in one. It's not even part of a federal program. And they talking about who is American and shit. It's like, well, you speak English? Are your ancestors English? Not a lot of Americans' ancestors simply are not English. They're just simply not. There's nothing to do with England. But they speak English. You see what I mean? So it's an interesting dynamic going on there. And I would just say it's, identity and motivation is worth investigating in yourself. What forms your motives and what forms others' motives, and ask yourself, does it make sense? Are you getting the outcomes that benefit you as a person? I dare ask the question, who am I? Who am I? And when you are sitting on land that your ancestors don't come from, and you don't acknowledge that's a big question mark. Who am I? Who am I? When you don't acknowledge it. And I think you see that battle right now. The English come from England. Nobody that's English has to pretend like they come from Germany. Nobody that's English has to pretend like they come from Spain. They don't have to do that. You see what I mean? They just don't have to. Yeah, English is a Germanic language. You could play all of that you want to, but English is a Germanic language, but all languages are connected. But that's not the point. The point is, you can try to pretend that an Englishman is a Spanish descendant if you want. But their histories just are not the same. Their culture just is not the same. It's like trying to erase things to force stuff together when it's just not. It's a reason why it's called English. It's a reason why it's called German. Do you know why it sounds totally different and you can't understand it? Because it's different. English. I am not speaking German right now to you at all. I'm speaking English. And the reason why I speak English is because my ancestors migrated, or were partly captives too, were brought to America. Migration and captives brought to America a very long time ago, although I probably have some native descent too somewhere in there. But the bottom line is that they all speak English and none of them come from England. You see what I'm saying? So and most Americans speak the same language I speak, and most of them don't come from England. They have nothing to do with the source of that language. You see what I mean? So to form an identity, people are trying to force it into something it never was. It's okay to say my ancestors don't come from this continent, but they live here now and we speak English now. You don't have to take it further than that. It's okay to say my ancestors colonized this land. It's okay to say that. You don't have to run away from it. Just like it's okay for someone whose family came and were victims of slavery, it's okay for them to say that as part of their identity. But when you try to pretend like it wasn't that, that's where it gets senseless, because the conversation just becomes mixed up. You have a lot of people that think it's easy to reform identity. It's not. You only have what you have. But if you don't accept what it is you have and really make that your identity, you're going to be playing games, you know, for a long time, and you're not going to seek any happiness. You're not going to find any happiness. You know what I mean? It's like, you just got to be honest with it. The French had war with the British in America. You know what I'm saying? They didn't necessarily, they weren't on the same side. You see what I mean? You know, yeah, they actually killed each other for real. You see what I mean? So, this is this kind of reformation in the U.S. identity crisis and shit with MAGA and all of this stuff, man. Just drop it, man. All of us come from most of our ancestors come from a different place, and we're no better than each other, and we don't have any right over each other. It's that simple. And the only natives are Native Americans. That's what Native Americans are. That's who they are. And if we want to pretend like we honor any of that, we should start thinking about why we don't promote any Native American languages in our public schools in America. Not that it's only natives that should speak it, but their languages worth preserving. And they're American languages. How can you love America and not love American languages? You know, what's the point? You see what I mean? It will bring us closer together. That's the whole point. It will make us all more American too. You see what I mean? English doesn't have to be the thing. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's not useful, but you get what I'm saying. I'm talking about when people that take it as an identity marker. Like, I mean, it's crazy, you know, because English came and colonized. Spanish came and colonized. What the hell? Why are we fighting over this? Why are we fighting over this and shit? Like, it definitely doesn't make sense to Native Americans. You see what I mean? And it shouldn't make sense to a whole lot of people, because everybody that lives in America, their ancestors weren't Spanish or English. How about we turn the United States into a German-speaking country? How about we do that, since some people come from Germany? How about we turn it into Danish, since some ancestors come from Denmark? How about we do that? Should we do that? You know what I'm saying? Would that make sense? Yeah, there's a lot of countries we could. You see what I'm saying? But in any case, you know. Yeah, maybe I went. I don't know if everybody understands me. Amish American. Yeah, exactly, man. Come on, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm not into it. I'm more into just accepting people for who they are, and not trying to make things unfair in meeting, you know, and working together, man. At the end of the day, we all have to to get along. We all have to see each other as equals. We all have to see each other as deserving of respect. You know what I'm saying? We all have to see each other as having a common human value, you know, wanting to survive. You know, every day I go outside, even though I live in Denmark, I go outside, I deal with a lot of people that have different backgrounds. They're not all Danish background. I live in Copenhagen. So there's a lot of different people from different immigrant backgrounds to Denmark, right? Some of them come from Eastern Europe. Some of them come from Africa. Some of them come from the Middle East. Some of them come from, you know, I guess you could say, Eastern Europe. I said that. Middle East, Africa. Some come from Asia, right? When I'm talking to people, you know, I'm always meeting them on an equal level. You know, if I go into a shop and want to buy something, I'm not going to treat them like I'm better than them and then have the nerve to want to buy something from them. And on top of that, I want to have a safe time walking down the street. So when I walk down the street, I want people saying, man, that guy treated me with respect. I like that guy. That's what I want out of people. And I want that out of Danish people too. Even though their ancestors come from this country, I also want them to say, man, that guy treated me with respect. That's a cool guy. I like him. You know what? That's a cool one. Boom. Take a note. That's how I want people dealing with me. You see what I mean? And I want people to treat me the same way. So I'm willing to treat everybody else the same way, you know, period. My doctor is Iranian. You know, do you know how many times my country has talked about, you know, my home country has talked about bombing fucking Iran? You know, there's obviously differences in politics of people in Iran, and I understand that. And I'm pretty sure my doctor's family probably fled, you know, maybe, you know, he might have even came when he was a child or might have been born here. I don't know. But I do know that he's proud of his ethnicity. You know, even though we don't talk about it a lot, he knows that I'm American, right? He's been to America, traveled to DC, you know, these kind of things. But he's a doctor, and he's a great doctor. He's a good doctor. I trust him with my life, with my kids' life too. You see what I'm saying? And And when I go into his office, I have to look him in the eyes and I have to tell him how I feel. I have to tell him what my problems are if I want good help. And it's like that for any other thing that I have to deal with. It's like that for anybody. So I think, we have we have to acknowledge that we all need to be in this thing together to make things better. If we're not all going to get in this things together, we're not going to make things better. We're just going to make things more complicated. Yo, let me, I see Fryers is up in here. Let me drop the link for Fryers. Yo, Fryers, come on up, man. If you got a minute, come on up. I know you might be at work. Anybody else want to hop up? You can hop on up too. That's the Discord link. If you got Discord, that's the app I'm using right now because it doesn't make my system go haywire when I turn it on. But yeah, folks. So you got a little bit about my background in music and how I feel about it and what's going on in my mind when I do my music, and a little bit it's just my philosophy in life. That's what I'm talking about here. I got a song called "This Is the Way," and it's just about being positive. You know what I'm saying? It's not the only, I have a lot of songs that kind of you could say are positive in some kind of way, but this one is positive in a happy kind of party way. You know what I'm saying? And yeah.
No, everybody just keep on tuning into the shit we say. The shit we say.
Keep acting real good, homegirl, and yes, you could get it today. I actually love this song right here. Shazam, out of the cut, homie, I'm back.
Sir, get a hitter, brother, with a crumb track.
Honey, shake their bumps, cause they know this shit's crack.
Go to Cameroon and kick it with my brother Jack. Don't work too hard.
What? Go to Cameroon and kick it with my brother Jack.
Man, you'll catch a heart attack.
If the pigs come, yo, I will flip it. I'm that same brother and I still get lifted. Find that rolling paper and some skunk, I'll twist it.
And yes, give me that mic, man.
I'll rip it.
See that fly honey in my hat?
I'll tip it.
Check this cognac in my hand.
I'll just sip it.
All this shit you talk, you must be afflicted. I try to tell them I'm not sick, I'm just addicted to that hip hop that drops and then I cop.
Things get funny when you're standing on the top.
You don't believe me?
Then ask Biggie Smalls. To the shit we say. Keep acting real good, homegirl, and yes, you can get it today. Everybody just keep on tuning into the shit we say. You can have it your way.
We came a long way and went through hard days. Even if the shit's hard, it's just a phase. Nowadays we write music and smoke haze. Through the pain and suffering, create a new craze. You can treat us bad, but we just laugh and make mo. Celebrating life, that's what we came for. So just shut up, get up, and shake your damn butt. Some can't get the groove,
and so what?
So what? Listen, ma, it's your boy. And yes, I'm calling in.
Every little thing's gonna be alright.
Cause I got me
and all my friends.
We gonna elevate your mind, make love with the rhyme. Can't fight love with hate, hip hop, no debate. Make your body gyrate to the vibe that's great.
You can't fight. I said you can't fight love with hate. You can't. You see what I mean? We often hear that you can't fight hate with love. You can't fight love with hate. So that's a message to the haters. That's a secret in life. Don't be fooled. Don't let haters steal the love in you. And that's a lesson I got to remind myself of every day, because I get a lot of goddamn haters sometimes, and they can make you want to, you know what I'm saying? But, you just got to remind yourself that people that hate others, they can't actually fight love. If people express love, and people are mindful of expressing love and expressing appreciation, hate will always fail. But it's a choice. Let me see here. Speaking of Iran, U.S. veteran adopted an orphan from Iran. Decades later, ICE is trying to deport her. Yeah, man. I mean, it's senseless, man. It's senseless, committing senseless acts, repeating senseless acts over and over and over, man. It's one thing to waste money, but this is wasting billions of dollars and wasting lives. That's it. Nothing gained. Zero, not even a zero sum gain. It's a minus. at the same time, trying to get into Discord. Okay, let me check it out. At the same time, we could have spent a lot of energy on something positive, man, and something positive that everybody understands. I know everybody understands exactly what I'm saying. Everybody understands it, but manifesting it and putting our foot behind it and putting our foot down on it and making it so, it's that's another thing. Everybody doesn't want to do that, doesn't want to be in on the party. Let me see here. Fry says he's trying to get in. He's trying to get in on Discord. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Did I? Oh, okay. I'm looking at the wrong one. Here we go. I'm confusing myself. Let me drop the link again. Trying to get into Discord. Okay. Let me see if the link is the same. Let me see. Is it Friars? Should I try to look your name up, Friars? Friars. Okay. It's not there. Yeah, that's funny because I should see your name. You hopped up before, so I don't know why I don't see your name in here already. That's weird. Let me see. Friars 8854. Yeah, I don't see Friars in here. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. Let me just type it like that. Oh, let me type search. Nope. I don't see a Friars. I see what's his screen name? I forget the other guy's screen name. That's always Pizza Guy. I see Pizza Guy's screen name. I see who else is in here? Let me see. Who's on there? Okay, that's Pizza Guy. Add to the server. Let me just say add to the server. Maybe not. Friends? Club community? For me and my friends? No. Yeah, maybe just try to click the link again. It should work for us. I don't know why it's not working, man. Let me try one other thing here. Back. Yeah, I have a community already. Yeah, let me see here. Boom. All right, let me see if I can do this. I mean, I got some more music coming out too, by the way, y'all. That's what I've been working on the last month or so. But let me see here. Let me get this shit straight. And actually, some of the beats are so damn banging, it's crazy. Let me put this up here. I tried and it has problems. I'm old. Okay, hold on. I got you, Friars. Let me see. Let me see if I can restart this. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna restart it and maybe it will send me a signal when you try it again. Let me see here. Yeah, in a minute I want to get into, well, I want to get Friars up here and get into some of the international news and the stuff, national and international news. Who said Jazzy Music said, yeah, also Jazzy Music. More about this thing with Iran, man. People are tired of this shit. Our policy cannot be a repeat, recycle, and do again policy. It just can't. American people are tired of that. And I think that goes beyond the right and the left. It's just Americans are tired of this shit. We can't claim to have experts on the international stage when we have no fucking experts on the national stage. And the national stage is just being completely ignored. I mean, and manipulated. People are manipulating. I don't want illegal immigrants running all around. Okay. But I want it done in a humane and dignified way. I want it done in a way that it doesn't disrupt the rest of everybody's life, quality of life too. I don't want businesses being, people, standing around businesses walking through, looking for it. No, go to the business owner, tell everybody interstate, report whoever, this is how you report illegal immigrants, or these are the fines if you're employing an illegal immigrant. But if the person's not illegal, what the fuck? If the person has temporary status, then don't just go one day to the next and say, now that's illegal. Now get out. Sorry. These people have lives, and these people's lives are entwined with American citizens' lives. Come on. You got to do better than that. All right, let me see here. So far, I don't see you, Fries. I got Bunny. Right? That's Hun Bun. I got Pizza Guy. And let me just do it one more time here. And I don't even see your name, Fries, when I try to look it up on Discord. When I try to look up Fries, I don't even see your name here. Fryers. Fryers. Is it spelled the same? Friars. Is it just like that on Discord? Let me put a Snapple A in front of it too. Maybe that works. No. Nah, it doesn't. I don't know why it's not coming up. That's weird. Yeah, so yeah, sorry about that, man. I don't know what the deal is with that, but I am inviting. It seems yeah, I got everybody else here. Let me try show members list. Yeah, why are you not here? Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Yeah, why are all these people offline? Let me do something else here. Did I block somebody? Let me no, I didn't. Now you gotta add me, bro. Yeah, you gotta add me. Yeah, and that link, it has my actual information in it. Yeah, don't worry about it, man. As a matter of fact, try to hit me. Hold on, let me open up the WhatsApp. I don't know. I think it should respond the same, but let me try to open the WhatsApp up, Fries. WhatsApp. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It might be easier for you. Oh yeah. Here we go. Then I can see if I can add you through that. Let me see here. Boom, boom, boom. Did it open up? WhatsApp, come on now, open up. Yeah, here we go. It's opening. Jazzy music. Ironic. I'm no traffic to hours away from the border. Have fam who are 15 minutes away from it, and majority of Californians appreciate being Glock is profitable. Pokeglot. What's Pokeglot? I don't know what that is. What's Pokeglot? Yeah. I'm opening WhatsApp right now. Yeah. What's Pokeglot? Jazzy. Yeah. I'm just like a normal human being. I travel a lot, and not just outside of the U.S., inside of America. You know what I'm saying too? Not just outside of America, inside. And look, how are you going to go explore how do you go from one town to another town in the U.S. without any respect for people? How do you do that? And it's the same philosophy, I apply to anybody. You know what I mean? Like, Fries, I see you on WhatsApp now, so I'm just going to give you a call and see if I can get you on here. And I just don't understand what's so hard about it. If you get around, don't you know how to treat people? Haven't you been in that same situation where you've been somewhere else? Wouldn't you want to be treated, or do you want to be harassed? Where's your paperwork? And grabbed up, even though you're saying, hey, I have my ID, and they still grabbing you. So what? Throwing you in a van. Is that how you want to be treated when you travel to other countries? Hell fucking no. I don't want to be treated like that. And believe me, if you do that to other people, you have no argument for them not doing it for you to you. So the argument becomes, are these people actually people that don't travel and aren't interested in traveling at all? Like, not interested in traveling even in the country of the United States, not interested in traveling and seeing anything else but their own town, where everyone knows them specifically, and therefore there's no mistake about their identity. Is that what's going on? Yeah. Let me call Fries now. Let me see if I can get him on here. Doot. Is it calling? See, WhatsApp is a little slow on my system while I'm using OBS, but it's coming. It's coming. It's almost there. Here we go. It's ringing. I think Fries is. Yo, Fries, you there? Hold on. End the current call. Start a new call. Oh, okay. Fries, let me. It's calling. Okay. Fries, you there? Oh, it said end the call. Let me try it one more time. Here we go. Fries, what's up, man? There you go. You there? Yeah, but I can't hear you, Fries. Hold on. For some reason, I can't hear you. So let me just check one thing real quick. Can I? All right. Oh, you there now? I hear you. I hear you. You there?
You hear me?
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right, what's up, man?
yeah. I'm good, man. Glad to have you back, bro.
Glad to be back. Crazy world we live in.
How's everything going? You busy? You been busy?
No, I'm doing good. Now, yeah, I've been busy just doing some getting myself checked out at the VA, making sure that I'm staying healthy.
Right.
Things of real importance I've been doing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Oh, that's good that you can get there and get checked up.
yeah. Without the VA, I'd be screwed in Texas.
I understand, man. And I just don't understand why we don't extend that to each other, man. In our own country, to our own countrymen.
Especially like MAGA's "Make America First." You know, America First would mean Medicare for all, but their notion of America First is if we think that anyone else is going to get even 0.01%, we'll cancel it for everybody.
Yeah, we'll cancel it for 30% of all other American citizens.
Yeah, and so it's just because they're being brainwashed, but you can't tell them that because they get so offended. But yeah, all the things that they believe are made up, and they all have an agenda. And it's just that we live in a country, we live in a post-truth society right now,
Hmm.
and where everything is like, I mean, this is what Trump pushed, and in my opinion, this came from Russian psyops
Mm-hmm.
to really just screw Americans up because they
Mm-hmm.
knew Americans weren't that smart. So to make sure they stayed dumb, we want to encourage them to cancel the Department of Education and to dumb kids down, to get them out of public schools, get them into private schools, to give this agenda in front of them that make sure that they burn books rather than reading books. That's the age we live in. And the result is it's working. We this is the time when we have more information available to us than any time in history, yet we don't even believe. There's a large portion of MAGA that doesn't even want to believe Wikipedia. They're like, well, you can't trust Wikipedia, but
Right.
you trust the Britannica Encyclopedia going up, but you don't trust Wikipedia.
Right. Yeah. You just got to apply the same logic to everything, man. Read it, digest it, could do some comparative data, pull up some comparative data, and I mean,
Yeah,
but like you said, they don't trust it. All of a sudden, they don't trust it. You know what I'm saying? It's like a
yeah,
year ago they was trusting it though. A year ago, but go ahead, man. You speaking facts. Go ahead. Yep.
yeah. But that's really kind of what Trump needs, and and Putin really told him what like Putin understood Trump, and he told him exactly what he needed, to get this cult thing going, and those are all the things. Like look at this cabinet. You have RFK, who doesn't believe in science. You have Tulsi Gabbard, who doesn't believe in our television services,
Mm-hmm.
and you have Pete Hegseth, who was a captain who doesn't really believe in the core values of the warrior ethos.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
so all these guys, they put them in there to bring disruption and to focus on a cult leader, because in the end, this is how this all ends. When Trump leaves office, Russia's going to attack somebody, probably us. China's
Yeah.
going to attack
Yo,
somebody,
fries.
probably us.
Yo, stop right there, fries. Yo, man, that's also been one of my thoughts too. Like you come with the soft attack first, then later you come with the physical attack, and we won't even be prepared because we'll be so divided.
Nope.
We'll be so
Yep.
yeah. Our defenses will be so demoralized. We'll be in so
Yep.
much chaos that we won't be paying. Not to mention the fact that we got who's the head of the CIA? Who's the head? We got Pete Hegseth in the Pentagon. We got Elon Musk in the Pentagon. What the hell? Like, yeah, man,
Yep.
it's scary, bro.
And Elon is in the pocket of Vladimir Putin. Like the Kremlin has something really bad on him. So I don't know if you know this. Like Putin, like Elon went there back early 2000s or so to try to get rockets, and so that was his excuse to get rockets. But I think they summoned him over there because they had some really bad dirt on him,
Okay, hold
and
on.
they said we need to.
You talking about Putin? Summoned
Elon
him?
Musk, Elon, yeah, Putin. He's met with Putin. Like, you know that whole time in 2024, he was meeting with Putin. He's been in constant contact with Putin since the war started in 2022.
Okay, let's
This is just
review that.
coming out.
Yeah, let's review that. I mean, I did know he had some contact, and I knew that he's been hopping around, obviously, for his little industry from China to Russia, just anywhere, right? Looking to see where he could get a foothold. But, it's true what you're saying. There wasn't a lot of information about what his contact was with Putin maybe a year or 2 years ago. But let me look that up. Go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah, and why this matters is because he just recently he's tried to cancel Starlink to Russia, but before like this war could have ended when Ukraine needed the Starlink over Crimea,
Mm-hmm.
and he wouldn't give it to them
Right.
because Putin has something on him so bad this is the reason why he's done everything Putin asked him to do, come in
Mm-hmm.
there and divide us, and then all the information from the Social Security office,
Mm-hmm.
and something that went to Russian operatives, and we
Right.
don't know what they want with it. They know what they want with it, but we don't know. So we're set up to the point right now. If a war breaks out when Trump leaves office, Trump's going to say, "Well, if I had won, there wouldn't have been a war, and there wouldn't have been this."
Bro,
And that's the whole purpose of it.
that's
There's no way to divide us in the middle of the war,
yo fries.
and that'll cause a civil war.
You speaking facts,
Yeah.
fries. That's why I got you up here, man. Because you wanted the people. I have to say this. You wanted the people that, um, you know, for some reason we understand these things. How things happen and how things unfold.
Yeah.
Maybe it's your background in the military or something like that, right? Or I don't know, but and also maybe you're just a smart dude that tries to stay up on things and follow stuff. But yeah, man, I really am happy you stepped up here and are saying these things because more of us need to be open about it, and American citizens deserve it because a lot of us think that things are going to be easy. Like even the MAGA people, they think things are just easy. Oh well, we just have an election, and if you win, no matter what, we'll be fine. Not really. Not if you look at this as an attack, And I think a lot of the MAGA people don't get it yet. They don't get that their country is under attack. It's not just about the left and the right. It's not about liberals. This is about foreign countries wanting the demise of the United States of America.
Exactly. There's a book that you should read. Pull this up, and so that the chat can have access to it.
Yeah.
It's called The Foundation of Geopolitics, and it's by a guy called Alexander Dugin.
Okay. Let me
Now,
pull this up real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, pull it up real quick, and you can go to Wikipedia. There's a synopsis on it, and just have everybody look at the content. The book can't be found in the U.S. anymore.
The Foundations of what? It's called The Foundations of what?
Foundations of Geopolitics.
Yeah, there it is. I'm sorry. Geopolitics, and it's by Alexander who?
Dugin, Duggin, or Duggin.
Is he? Hold on. Isn't he one of Vladimir Putin's associates or something? Or no? Hold on. He got something to do with.
You're close. You're close. It's crazier than you think.
What's
like Vladimir Putin made sure that he kept at an arm's distance because that book right there became the Bible for the Russian imperialist movement. Now that book was written in 1997. Look at the content of what they wanted to do with Ukraine.
Isn't this written by a philosopher, right? A Russian philosopher, right?
Alexander Dugin. He wrote the book.
Yeah, and isn't this who's the guy in Trump's cabinet? Or not cabinet, but he was in his he was part of the election. It's the guy who's also he did the interview with Epstein, the last interview alive. Didn't he follow this dude too?
Maybe like all the Russian oligarchs follow this guy. This book that he wrote, that book right there, that was written in part with the help of Russian intelligence services.
Okay.
So, and the thing is, again, there's nothing really new under the sun. Everything that Putin was planning on doing is in this book, pretty much. And the thing is, look at what they like his goal is to create this great Eurasia, where Russia controls they control the whole Eurasia area.
Yo,
and
yes, exactly, man. This is what I'm saying. And this guy, who's the guy who interviewed who did the last interview with Epstein? Who's that dude?
I don't know.
No, you know who he is.
You talking about Michael Wolff?
No, not Michael Wolff. The last interview with Epstein, it was just publicized
Steve
like
Bannon?
Steve Bannon is like all up on this,
Oh, yeah,
bro.
yeah,
This is Steve
yeah,
Bannon
Steve
shit.
Bannon's
Right.
complete part of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah, exactly, man. This is
yeah.
okay. I think this is the same guy we were talking about maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. Incidentally, his name came up, and like you said, the architect of what Russia's plan is to own Eurasia, right? The Western to emerge as the power in Europe and Asia, essentially Eurasia, right? And Western
Exactly.
Europe is
Yep.
part of that, and they're going to do. And Steve Bannon's whole idea is Trump is going to have America, right?
Yep.
The-
Americas, the Americas.
exactly.
From Greenland all the way down to Peru. whole
Exactly.
thing.
Yeah, this is the same guy. Or either that or they just have had, multiple people are, adding on, multiple Russian philosophers have built on this. But yeah,
So,
exactly.
It's one plan. It's the same plan. And like Alexander Dugin, like he has had a political party in Ukraine, and this is who Zelensky and his Congress kicked out. They kicked all those parties out because it's all coming from the same source. This is all Russian imperialism. Russian imperialism, white nationalism are kissing cousins.
Right.
They're the exact same thing. And the MAGA movement, as we know it now, is really part of the foundation of a thing called the Russia United Party. Okay, and it was also part of a thing called I forget the name of it, but it was the main Russian party in Ukraine, the Party of Regions. Look up Party of Regions, okay? The Party of Regions was funded by the Kremlin, and one of the guys that they got from the U.S. was a guy named Paul Manafort. Paul Manafort
Right.
helped to remold Viktor Yanukovych, and he used corruption and everything to get him back into power. All right, and I mean he stuffed ballots. He got judges in there that were favorable to him. He got paid $11 million to do this, which came from the Kremlin, and then he ended up leaving there because they got thrown in the country in 2014. This is when Putin says it was a coup, but it was the people rose up against him.
Right.
And Paul Manafort kind of stumbled around for a bit, and then he ended 2 years later. He's working for Donald Trump, and for free. So that is a direct connection to Russia. A direct connection to Russia. He got 11 years in prison, and Trump pardoned him.
Yeah.
So this very notion that there was no Russian collusion, it doesn't get any deeper than Paul Manafort. That's not the smoke. That's the smoking gun and the bullet itself.
Paul Manafort's connection. Yeah, they basically the Russian collusion is real, man. It was accurate, on point, and they just shoved it under the rug. Like everything else. It's like.
But MAGA doesn't believe it because Trump repeats a lie long enough so that the cult starts to make that their lie.
Right.
And that's what. So they won't even listen to it. So yeah, the Russian collusion was very real. I mean, come on, 36 people went to jail. Okay, of which Trump pardoned half of them.
Mm-hmm. He pardoned half of them. Man. He's had to go to extraordinary lengths to keep this running, but it's all been extraordinary. No one else will be allowed to do this.
No one else would be.
Which kind of shows you it's an attack because it's so detailed, and it requires so much force and effort, and it's like they had every step of it planned out in advance.
Yep. And so, and Trump is just a willing puppet. He's following along, but the real brains of the operation is the Kremlin. And I still believe that even when they formed this, that they use AI to try to figure out what will work and what will not work.
I believe you're right,
Paul
bro.
Manafort,
Yeah.
So because it's been used by militaries for a long time now.
Right.
But Paul Manafort gave a bunch of polling information to the Kremlin. He did it through an Eastern Ukrainian guy, but that guy worked for the Kremlin, and they needed that information to put in there to complete this operation from the last term. That's why they're able to win the second term.
Right.
So even that is a crime, and he got away with all of this. So it leads us to this path now. We're so corrupted. And again, if you read the Foundation of Geopolitics, their end goal is a civil war in the U.S. in which half of the nation will one portion sides with the Russians.
Right. Yeah, man. It's Go ahead, keep talking. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead, keep going.
So
sick.
there's one thing you should pay attention to. There's a Russian bridge being built, and I'm concerned it's already being built right now, and it's in Alaska, and it goes from the Russian side to the United States. It's an underwater tunnel, and the problem is once that's built, Russian can just they'll do to Alaska what Putin did to Crimea. They'll flood soldiers in there, and they'll flood people in there, and then they'll say, "Hey, we have to send our troops here to defend our people. We need Alaska."
Right, and they want to
And
blame this on the next president. They're
yep,
gonna, you
next
were weak.
president.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
And
kind
so
of like Afghanistan.
it worked. Yeah, well, I mean, let's look at Afghanistan. Donald Trump was the one who signed the Doha Agreement. Okay, Donald Trump just did all the withdrawal. He shut it down. We had like I think when Obama was there was 100,000 troops at the peak. Donald Trump came to with like I think it was like 50,000, and when he left, there was 2,500 U.S. forces in Afghanistan.
Mm.
No way to defend it. His withdrawal included closing camp, include, included closing Kandahar Air Force Base, which was our last big strong. Kandahar and Bagram, the last two bases. He closed Kandahar. It closed on May 21st, but it was started to close when Trump was in office, and then Trump released 5,000 Taliban.
Right.
Now, I don't think this would have happened if he had won, but since he lost, he wanted to make sure that the U.S. was collapsing under it. Of course,
Yeah,
yeah, they
exactly.
blame Biden for the withdrawal. Oh, it's Biden's fault that there was a bad withdrawal. Well, who wrote the withdrawal plan? Donald Trump wrote the withdrawal plan in the Doha plan. Just read
Exactly.
the Doha agreement.
Yep.
And there's another thing. 2021, when Trump was leaving office around the same time, like the end of 20, right before he left office, this is when the big rush started happening down in the Darien Gap
Hmm.
in Panama.
Hmm.
All right, and it started under Trump, and then because it was like COVID was kind of ending, people started pushing it up, and the Darien Gap just blew up. All right, and
Hmm.
people are flooding in there. They're flooding in there. And this is what Trump needed. But who actually, who closed the Darien Gap? The Darien Gap was closed by actually was by um, Biden and Harris. VP Harris was going to close the Darien Gap in July 21st, 2024. That's when the gap closed, and migrants coming through there dropped by 90% in the next 2 months. So, and then of course Trump takes credit for it. But the truth is Trump didn't do anything. What Trump did was made it worse in the beginning. He didn't close the Darien Gap. It was closed before he even came into office.
What's it called? The bear? Spell it. Spell it for me.
Darian, Darien Gap, GAP. It's below Panama. It's where all the migrants flooded through there, and then the Mexicans would push them north
Here we go.
to the United States. Yeah,
Yeah, it says in July 2024, the Biden administration signed a significant agreement with Panama, then newly inaugurated President Jose Raul Mulino, to address the migration surge through the Darien Gap. Yeah, exactly. Yo, everything you saying is facts, Fires, and you
yeah.
put it together so well. So go ahead, keep going. Keep going. You right,
It's just
man.
the fact people aren't going to figure this out for another 20 years. Like we do a 20-year assistant of presidents, and that's what all this is going to come together. The damage is going to be done. So Trump has done nothing to solve the migrant problem whatsoever. He didn't fix it. The previous administration did, and all he did was he put 2,000 troops to the border, but there's no one waiting in line.
Right.
And there were people waiting in line under the Biden administration. Biden got rid of that. He doesn't get any credit for it, but he actually got rid of that. And it
Yeah.
was more than just closing the gap.
Yeah, that's the big dynamic there. It's like set things up so they're so bad for the next president. And Trump is expert at gaslighting, which tells me like basically this has been a serious plan, in the makings for a minute because they're so persistent and steadfast with the gaslighting. You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
as a team, and it have to be orchestrated. You don't find
Yep.
this many people in nature gaslighting each other. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
it just doesn't
Yeah.
work that way. And yeah, man, I really wish American citizens like MAGA, particularly the right wing, like just pay attention to what you're saying, man, and because and pay attention to what's being argued here because you're not the only one saying this, man. You're not the only one saying it, but it's not said enough. And obviously, legacy media is not capable. Either it's not capable or it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to of covering, of closing in the gaps, the details, so people can see the bigger picture, And everything you said here, look, I forgot because this thing moves so fast, right? But you talked about also not just the Darien Gap, right? That Biden closed and Harris closed, but you talked about the bridge, right? That Russia wants to build to Alaska, and that you're fearful that they're going to use that to do a similar thing to Ukraine. Same dynamic that they did in Ukraine and Crimea is what they want to do in Alaska. And look at what it says here. While the idea of a Bering Strait crossing has existed for over a century, it remains a proposal rather than a physical reality. However, the topic has seen a recent surge in media attention due to a new, highly publicized proposal. How many people are even talking about this? And
Exactly.
and what's the new proposal? The latest proposal, the Putin-Trump tunnel. This is what this administration is proposing.
Yeah.
It's
We're screwed.
It's insane. And do it. Hold on. Damn. I got a cold, man. Sorry.
That's all good.
Yo, do Alaskans care about this shit? They're probably going to sell it to the Alaskans like, hey, well, you guys need trade to, it's going to help keep the deficit down if you have goods from Russia, right? And they're going to buy it and eat it up. Yeah. And then they're going to be invaded. Either that or they're just going to become slowly a part of Russia because, look, what's between there? And let me ask you this. Do you think Canada is cool with that?
No, Canada's going to be screwed. It's because if a war breaks out between the United States and Russia, if Trump's in office, he'll give them Alaska. He'll give them Alaska with some sweetheart deal where they pay him $100,000, and then the next concern is now the fate of Alaska is in trouble because Russia's real desire is to control Alaska.
Right.
Now the problem is, guess who's not going to defend them? The United States under a Republican administration. But Canada is part of NATO.
Right.
So the entire NATO alliance will come and fight that battle without the help of the United States. It will be siding with Russia.
Right. And that's basically
Canada's not cool with it.
And that's basically what China I'm talking strategically. Maybe China has different interests, but they have similar interests when it comes to splitting up NATO. So that would make NATO split on two total fronts completely. Yeah.
Completely. Actually, NATO will be united. NATO will be united. Let's not get wrong. They'll be united. It's just the United States will not be part of NATO.
Right.
It'll be a different force.
Yeah. Right.
So all of NATO will be united, except for the United States and Canada. Because NATO is really Europeans, countries, all EU countries, and Canada and the United States.
Right.
And we're the biggest asset in it. So, again, Trump will pull us out. But again, I think this will backfire because I think the heart of America really does care about the Constitution. They care about our allies.
I hope so, man. I hope so, bro.
But I think this cult MAGA movement doesn't because they're feeding into whatever they're taught and they're told. Like Russia is your friend. But I think there's a lot of MAGA who said I would rather have Vladimir Putin as my president than Kamala Harris.
That's crazy, right? And I think it's because for some reason we haven't a lot of Americans don't recognize, or a certain percentage don't recognize, because we're different from the rest of the Western world. We don't have universal health care, right? We don't have universal education, right? So a lot of Americans feel disgruntled. So when they compare freedom, when we look at our freedoms, we're looking at it differently. We're having a different experience, and a lot of us are becoming disgruntled, and we're making the mistake of thinking Russia is better. And it's more repressive. Exactly. It's more. We try to side with a country that is not even comparable. That's a repressive regime. We have Americans trying to side with that. Listen, MAGA folks, you have a lot of protections in America that exist right now. No one can make you like someone else in America. right? Isn't that right, Fars? I don't have to like you.
Exactly.
You don't have to like
Exactly.
me. Amish don't have to like the Pentecostals, right? They don't have
Yeah.
to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you have the freedom to be yourself. No one's taking your culture away. Everyone has that freedom to define and form who they are. You see what I mean? And that's
Exactly.
the freedom. That's an important freedom we have that doesn't exist in Russia, man. And although we have to struggle in America a lot of Americans forget that no, man, we actually have some blessings that if we just fine tune some of these other things and got rid of the corruption, we will be on point, you know. But right now we have so many people that don't appreciate what they have, and I can understand it. Look, there are legitimate grievances, and then there's some grievances that are just not legitimate, you know, or not practical, right? Or
Yeah.
framed incorrectly, right? We have an issue with poverty. We have an issue with homelessness. We have an issue with healthcare. We have an issue with education. Just across the board, it doesn't matter what group you're looking at or what person you're looking at, right? Then we also have a historic thing about gender bias. You know what I mean? That needs to be addressed, and other other oppressive dynamics that exist, right? But for some reason, you know, it's like you said, this disinformation has us thinking that other people being different is a threat to us in our own country. Other Americans being Americans the way they are supposed to be Americans, or the way they want to be Americans, is a threat to me as an American. It's like, where does that exist? Where does it exist? You know, it doesn't really exist that way. I mean, I don't think so. I think you have minorities that maybe, and women, they have an argument, but minorities have an argument of being attacked. You know, the number one hate crime is coming from the right wing in the US, right? More than Al Qaeda, more than a foreign force. You know, people, terrorism is something a lot of Americans experience, you know, from other Americans, right? But that's something to be addressed. But no one, you know, this idea that the right wing is under attack. No, they doing all the attacking.
Yeah, but that doesn't meet their narrative. And right now, what you have is like you're a realist. You look at the world as it really is, and you all those things that you see are real world problems. But they have this narrative that they put up there, and they believe that narrative. And that narrative is that their problems don't come like the homelessness problem. Well,
Yeah,
those are the migrants. They're all the homeless, right? And the real threat are like the LGBT community, especially trans. That's their
yeah.
real threat against them.
You know what?
And so,
That is
but
verbatim what Vladimir Putin shoves down the throats of Russians every day to get them to accept less of anything. Nope. That's
exactly,
it's the same arguments, you know.
it's the same argument. And the problem with that is that I think if Trump stayed in office another year or two, Vladimir Putin started a war, or even if Trump leaves, if the war breaks out, Vladimir Putin is going to convince them that we're going to come to your country to liberate you
Yeah.
from the migrants and to liberate you from the trans leadership,
Yeah.
and we're going to save you. And a lot of these maggots are going to turn against us to help the Russians because they buy that narrative. And the thing is, like, I like it when MAGA goes to Russia. Like, it's like a couple of them moved there, and they found out that it's one of these effort, fuck around and find out things, whatever you call it. They go there and they find out, oh, it's not what I want. Oh, I'm being drafted into the military. Oh, I'm not accepted. And it takes that harsh reality for them to realize that they don't have the freedoms in Russia that they think exist.
Right. Yeah.
This
There's
is like the thing. It's
there's no freedom
Yeah,
there,
it's
pretty
not
much.
real. There's no freedom there.
Yeah. It's
And you have one purpose, and that's to go to the front line and fight, and then shut up.
right.
And that's it's just it, but it's going to take them to learn that the hard way. There's Americans there right now working in Moscow, like for the news agencies for them, and they're spreading the stuff to Americans out here. They're tricking a lot of our people into believing that Russians are the good guys. And
Right.
it's just we're screwed. We're screwed.
Yeah, we screwed, man. They've convinced them that Russia, and I'm not talking about the ethnicity, but the system itself is like
System.
they're not
Yeah.
the good guys at all. They're the bad guys. They're a bunch of dudes that have hoarded massive amounts of the Russian people's wealth, and they're basically
Yep.
holding them hostage. And now they're teaching Trump how to do the same thing to MAGA. And
Yeah.
and I don't think MAGA doesn't understand. There's one other element there. Us liberals, we ain't going to just sit down and let it happen to us. Like, what the fuck? We're not going to just sit down. What the fuck? You know, I mean, they might be able to convince MAGA that Putin and life in Russia is great and that we should be Russian. They might be able to convince them of that, but there's no way in hell the left is going to just sit down and let someone else exterminate them just because of their freedoms.
They're hoping so. I mean, they're counting on that.
Yeah, ain't gonna happen,
I mean,
bro. I can tell you that right now.
No.
It is not, and you know that too. You know what I'm saying? Look at
I
this
mean,
shit, man.
most American historians know what the real anti-fascists are. You know,
Right.
the U.S. Army was anti-fascist. We're fighting against fascism, and so for them to sit there and say, you know, to be anti-fascist, Antifa is my enemy, bro. Do you even know how ignorant you sound when you say that?
But listen, they doing it all the time. I see people come on my page, and some of these, it's not, it's maybe like 0.1% or whatever that are actually literally on some of these shorts that are put up there that are talking, that are trying to bring people together. And the shorts that are really trying to bring people together, those are the ones they call racist.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. It's like, okay, so acknowledging different ethnicities of people being taught or proving that you can see beyond color. You could see beyond quote unquote race, because it's really just color. You could see beyond color, right? Children can see beyond color. Proving that and showing that children don't have that bias, that's hate. That's supposed to be hate. It's crazy. But look, just for the just some data here. Look, this is what a person makes on average. This is an average, and you can do the data any way you want. All right, daily average gross, right, in Russia versus the U.S. This is the gross before your taxes are taken out. This is what a Russian earns on average, right? We're not talking about what the cost of goods are right now, right? Because they could be different. $54 to $67 in the United States right now. $248. That's the average gross before taxes, right? And then right. The U.S. Americans, you might think you have it hard, and you do. No, there's no American on the left or the right that's saying we got it easy. Nobody is arguing that. There's no one on the left. There's no liberal that says things are easy in the United States of America and should not. And there's no liberal that's not saying things should be easier. All liberals are saying things should be easier on the American worker, right? It should be easier on America.
Exactly.
We all agree with that, right? But while we're having that conversation, it's worth noting that Russians have it a lot harder. We earn in America 4.5 times more on average than a Russian. Do you think life is all sweet and gravy in Russia? And it is because the oligarchs have run Russia into the ground. Like, they've run it into the ground. Russians don't want to fucking live in Russia. You know?
Yeah.
But the borders are closed. No one wants to fucking accept them in Europe. They're seen as a threat. They're seen as a security threat because of how the Russian regime operates. They will get your family. If you go abroad and you're a Russian, the Russian government will go get your family in Russia and use them as pawns to get you outside of Russia to do what they want you to do. That's what the Russian government's fucking doing. And American citizens need to wake up to this shit, because Russia's not the only country that does that. That's been accused of doing that or does it. There's Marxist, quote unquote, Marxist governments, or, whatever you want to call them, right? Because I hate using names, terms, and then, applying them through, hundreds and hundreds of years later, because they shape and mold a little differently at times. There's some other nuances, but Russia's not the only country accused of doing this. The Gestapo did that. They when they don't like how you acting, they go find a family member and kidnap their ass and then see if you change your tune. And that's what they do to Russian expats all the time.
I mean, they do it to Russians. I know that China during the TikTok era, because TikTok's dead now, as you know. But during the TikTok era, China would do that. Like if you were talking bad, if you were Chinese in America and you were talking bad about China, they would find your family in China and they would knock on the door and they would go, "Hey, is this your kid?" Because they can track
Yep.
because they can track everything about you on TikTok. They can even listen in, and they would go, "If this call your kid right now and tell them to take down those posts about how China's bad, otherwise we're gonna punish you."
Yep.
And so China definitely did that. And Russia does it too. I think the Russian intelligence service does it. I think the Russian mafia does it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if you've been following this story. There's a story. I think I might have my country wrong, but it's in the Eastern. It's in the EU. They're concerned when this war ends that Russia is going to export about 100,000 soldiers. I think it's to Romania.
You think Romania, right? Okay, I was thinking Romania, or it's his
I
neighbor,
think
one
it's
of them.
Romania.
But Romania, I think it is. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a big concern because I forget. I think it's Romania. You can look it up. But the reason why is because what they're going to do is what they did to Crimea and to the Donbass
Mm-hmm.
because all of those when they took those votes that referendum in Crimea,
Mm-hmm.
what they did was like the Tartars didn't get the vote at all
Mm-hmm.
on
Right.
that election.
Right.
But they sent they shipped all these Russian soldiers there, expats, and those are the ones who voted.
Right.
So they could do the same to Romania, and then they could push out a president and put in a pro-Russian president in Romania.
Yeah. Exactly. That's
And so
exactly what they're
this is
doing.
what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
And
So
ironically, Trump.
they're
Yeah. Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No. And
No, they're
ironically,
scared.
Trump is blaming. See where the gaslighting is, and see where how insidious. That's why I say it's military type of plan attack because Trump will use that same exact language towards the left, preemptively.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Accusing without any data, accusing the left of having wanting migrants to come in to be able to vote, but they'd have no evidence. There's no evidence of it, and this is how you know. This is what I mean by attack. Because they already have that accusation baked in the cake. While Russia's actually doing it in reality. They teamed up with Trump to accuse the left of doing it, and the right doesn't even have the brains to look into it to figure out if it's true or not. But check this out. Look on the screen here. I don't know if you got your YouTube open, but it says here. I'll read it.
I can't
Yeah.
I can't look at the screen right now. So.
I'll read what it says. Back to the minimum to the average gross pay of earner in Russia, right? We said that it was $54 the gross pay between $54 and $64, but Americans' average pay before taxes is $248 to $296. That's the average, right? What people get. Now check this out. When you get to the cost of living, MAGA people should want to research this on their own. But everybody understands where this plays in. The cost of living to how much you make. While Americans earn much more, they also pay much more for basic life. Isn't this what everyone should be focusing on? Look, according to the current 2026 data, the U.S. is approximately 161% more expensive than Russia. Why?
161%.
Why? And here's the thing. Isn't Trump supposed to be addressing this?
He's supposed to.
Yeah, now check out where it's more expensive. Housing. Rent for a standard apartment in a major U.S. city is roughly 210% higher than in a comparable Russian city. Why?
Wow.
And why is Trump not talking about it? The Trump regime's not talking about it. They have Congress. They have the Senate. They have the White House. They got the Supreme Court. And yet they're not talking about this. And this is 161% more expensive? Okay. Dining out. A basic lunch in the U.S. business district costs about $22 compared to roughly 7.5 rubles, right? In Russia, I don't even know what that is. What is that, $1? Less than $1?
I think a ruble's like 95 cents right now.
Right.
80 cents.
It's pretty, and it might be even worse. Who knows? But public transport, a monthly pass in the U.S. averages $82. $82 fucking dollars. Look at this, man. While in Russia, it's closer to 28 rubles. That is, I don't even want to know, but you got closer to $28. I mean,
$20.
yeah, 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, healthcare. This is the largest gap. A private doctor visit in the U.S. is roughly 500% more expensive than Russia. So, why doesn't MAGA work on this for all Americans? Why don't they work on this? Like, and is it really an excuse? Is it really that the left, that we have too many immigrants? Is that why? Is that why all this is happening? Because this is exactly what Trump is going to say, right? Like you mentioned, they're going to focus on this being an immigrant problem, all connected to the immigrants. And then when they have done nothing to even talk about it, because it's one thing to say it's connected to the immigrants, but it's another thing to comprehensively show how it is. They're making no attempt to show how it's connected to immigrants, just like they make no attempt to show how it's connected to voting.
No, that's on purpose though. Like you saw the State of the Union. According to the State of the Union last week or the other day, the country is perfect right now. Everything has been fixed. I mean, gas prices are as low as $1.89, and food is at its lowest price ever. And there's no one coming out of borders anymore. Like the country is, and crime is almost at 0%. Because of Donald Trump in certain places. So everything is fixed, right? And we know it's not. We know it's at a breaking point. Gas prices are the exact same as they were under Biden. Food is at an all-time high. Now, I don't know. Have you read portions of Project 2025?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the economic portion. What does it say? Like the thing is to have tariffs. This is out of Project 2025. Have tariffs, and then to get rid of the income tax. But it's going to be a consumption tax. So that's what we're experiencing.
Right.
So that's going to get worse under Donald Trump. That disparity for cost of living will be even higher. It'll be almost 300% if he had his way compared to Russia.
And it's so elementary. I mean, it's not even elementary. It's worse. It's ridiculous. How could that be their actual policy? It makes no sense. It has nothing to support it.
No, it doesn't. But again, what does it do? It allows, because these guys are making money on the tariff. They're making money on the tariff, which is really a tax on the American people. It's a consumption tax.
Right.
But you can't find a single person in MAGA that will agree that it's a consumption tax, even though it says it right in Project 2025.
Exactly. And check this out. Check this out, because I have it up on the screen. But check this out. The same people that are about to sue the U.S. government, right? So they set it up to where they have all the tariffs that the American people have to pay. You paying the cost through the cost of goods going out. So you're paying these extra fees. The company is paying the tariff, right, in advance, right? And now that the Supreme Court, the same Supreme Court that supports Trump, 6 Republicans, now they mandated illegal after a year. And all those corporations that are part of the group that got the biggest tax cuts on earth that's ever existed, now they can sue the very government that the taxpayers pay for. They're suing, so they get double pay. They get paid off of the person that's buying it, the consumer. They got their money in advance from the consumer. Then they went out and they can sue the American government for that. It's like it's crazy. I mean, it's just everybody's getting. It's only the rich people getting what they want, and this is by design. And I'm just saying, MAGA people, yo, you just be honest. Nobody, me myself, I grew up in Washington D.C. and I grew up on the East Coast, and I know for a fact nobody on the East Coast really gives a fuck about what somebody else thinks, because deep down in our heart we know that we live where the country was founded, right? I mean, we live in the old country. You know what I'm saying? We have values. We have values that go back hundreds of years. Even though a lot of people may not talk about it, like you mentioned, the Amish. You mentioned it's a lot of us actually know all this history. You see what I mean?
Right.
And so when we're looking at this stuff and we see that they fall for this, man, it's not about, you don't have to be like somebody else. You don't have to be gay. You don't have to be black. You don't have to be Hispanic. You don't have to speak Spanish. You don't even have to want your daughter a woman to have the same salary as a man. You don't even have to want that. But I'll be damned if you come over here trying to force other people. That shit ain't going to work. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not even willing to address these things that Trump is proposing to everyone. That's the problem. So if there's this conflict, it's going to be because they're not addressing their own president. They're not addressing the programs that he's laying out, making people have to live by. This is insane. If you want to close down the border, didn't they close down the border? Yeah, they closed down the border. If you want to kick out immigrants, aren't they kicking out immigrants? Yeah, they're kicking out immigrants. Okay, we may not agree with how you go about it, but fine. You're kicking out immigrants, right? Well, why aren't the prices getting cheaper?
Exactly.
Why aren't more people why isn't it easier to get into higher education, into a tech job? Why isn't that cheaper? Why isn't housing cheaper? How come healthcare is not cheaper? It's all gotten worse. So I'm sorry, they can come with these ideas about keep blaming it on the immigrants. Nah, man, it ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. You know, no immigrant is doing this to anybody. This is the rich taking advantage of everybody else, and it's going to have to stop. You know, it's going to have to stop because we're not going to have a country. You know, the country will be broken into pieces. It won't be one country anymore if it comes down to that. You know, it's like
that's what they want. Like, understand, if there's a civil war, the country breaks out.
Yeah,
all of these billionaire techs take over. Like, I don't know if you ever followed the Greenland thing. Do you know who Ronald Lauder is?
No. Ronald Lauder?
Pull him up on the screen. Ronald Lauder, Lauder.
Okay.
Look, Ronald Lauder, Epstein, and the Mega Group, and Greenland. And what you're going to find out is that Ronald Lauder is the one that put the idea for Greenland in Donald Trump's head. And he put money into his pocket.
All right.
So that's the reason why. So it's important to look at this. Like the Mega Group, I won't even get started in that. Just pull it up and have people take a look at it. But understand that this is a group of Zionist elite, and their real goal is to have a civil war in the United States. Like the Zionists, I'm not saying Israel, but the Zionists want the U.S. to break up. They want a war in the United States. And the reason why is that if the U.S. breaks up into these little portions, they think they're going to get a big chunk of that. And the one that they want is Greenland, because they've already done the research and realized that the climate is warming and that Israel, as we know it, is going to become a desolate hot hole. They're all going to get kicked out of it eventually. So where they're going to go? They're all going to go to Greenland. So when the world starts to thaw out, Greenland will be the new paradise.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and plus Greenland is sitting on top of all these tons of minerals and that stuff. But they want to set up a camp. They want to set up a billionaire place up there for these Zionist elites. And it's going to be like their little paradise. It'll be all them, just them. They're going to take the local population, expel them, how familiar, from their land, and then mine their land. And that's the goal of Greenland.
Yeah, to exterminate them.
Yeah, to exterminate them. But understand, like if Trump was serious, Trump says we want Siberia, because there's actually more wealth in Siberia than there is in Greenland.
Right.
But why did he say that? Because Vladimir Putin already has Siberia.
Exactly. Exactly. And
Yeah.
look, this is the crazy part about it. Russia's got 150 million people, right?
Yeah.
And they're the biggest geographical land mass on Earth. And how? Due to colonization. And they want they want their oligarchs to have more fucking land. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know? And you know, I'm sorry, but listen, people have to pay attention and ask themselves these questions like, why do Russians, and even if you say it's Russians, right? Let's just say it's Russians. But why do these oligarchs of Russia, because they don't even share the wealth with their own countrymen, right?
No.
Why is it that this is fucking Russia, man? Like, you know, this is Russia. Is of course parts of it is China, but all this shit up here to the Arctic is all Russia.
Yeah.
You know, oh, you can't see it. Let me see. Let me take my camera off. Right. Now, Russia spans is the biggest geographical country on Earth, period. Right? But it only has 150 million people. This is the border, the western border. Yeah, and this is the rest of it. Western border all the way over to here. This is insane. All the way over to the Pacific. You know, from Finland, you know, from eastern Finland all the way to the Pacific, from let's say from from the Black Sea all the way to the Arctic. Everything in between that is Russia. And then you go over to the United States of America, right? We're smaller than them. The USA is a smaller geographical country, and we have double the amount of people, 350 million people, right? And somehow we're looking for what? Why is Russia need more why do they need anything? In fact, they're not even taking care of people in their own country.
No.
I mean, people have the bare minimum, but nothing else. But that's how many people is the bare minimum? What percentage is the having the bare minimum in Russia? And I just think we have to think about this a lot more. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't know where I went on that one, but go ahead. Now you said this guy right here. You said the mega group, right? Now,
Ronald Lauder.
Yeah, Ronald Lauder.
Is one.
Yeah. So
it was his idea for Greenland, and he's one of these it's these billionaire tech guys that they want to turn Greenland into this billionaire tech state where they make the rules and law. They decide who gets executed, literally who they can put to death in there. Like it's a virtual slave colony, and it's a 2-class system where the billionaires are at the top, and the workers are at the bottom, and there's no union, there's no unionizing. You break the law, you get put into a gulag, and so this is the format they're starting, and this goes deeper because it turns into that to Mars. Like the Mars colony that Elon Musk wants is based upon this same idea of this 2-class system,
right?
And it all goes back to apartheid. It's an apartheid system where the Zionist Jews and the white Christian white nationalists who are billionaires are at the top of the class, and then everybody else is at the bottom of the class.
Right.
And so this is what they're reaching for. Like getting back to Russia, but this is what the Russian oligarchs have already put in place. Like Russia is currently, the Russian Empire is 11 time zones. That's how big it is. But they want more. They want Finland. They want They want Sweden. They want all Poland until that and then they want Estonia. Latvia and Lithuania.
Yeah. They're oligarchs. Their oligarchs want it. The oligarchs want it. The people don't want it because the Russian people know that if you go to war against Western Europe and try to take these people's lands, they're going to fucking fight back. It's going to kill even more Russian people. It's been a million Russian people already dead. They only got 150 million people. It shows you the oligarchs don't fucking care about the Russian people. And
no,
it is just insane. And they have the nerve. These people have the nerve to want more. They
want. It's not enough. It's not enough.
It's not enough, man. Look, the Virgin Islands. Look, man, I looked this up. Let me play this, and you tell me. I just looked up Robert Lawler, but I'm going to. I looked up the part about Greenland also. So let's play this back real quick, and just for people to hear.
Greenland is primarily centered on Ronald Lauder, whose influence bridges the gap between private business interests and the geopolitical.
Oh, that's too low.
ambitions of Donald Trump.
So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read it back myself. That's too low.
Distant or indirect links.
Is it stopping? Okay, here we go. So the connection to Greenland is primarily centered on Ronald Lauder, whose influences bridges the gap between private business interests and geopolitical ambitions of Donald Trump. While Jeffrey Epstein and the Mega Group have distant or indirect links, Lauder's involvement is direct, financial, and strategic. Lauder, the architect of the Greenland Push, recent investigative reports and books including the Divider, an article from the early 2006. It's funny because I have to think sometimes when I'm reading English again because of my Danish. We say these letters differently. Yeah. So that's why I was like, Divider, what the Divider, right? And articles from early 2026 have identified Ronald Lauder as the primary person who convinced Donald Trump to pursue the purchase of Greenland. It's like you said, the idea Lauder reportedly pitched the idea to Trump during his first term around 2018 to 2019. framing Greenland as America's next frontier. Strategic intermediary, Lauder offered this to serve as a back channel negotiator with the Danish government. This suggestion famously led to a diplomatic rift in 2019 when Denmark's prime minister dismissed the idea as absurd. Right? Direct investment. As of 2026, it's been revealed that Lauder holds significant commercial stakes in Greenland, though a Delaware registered vehicle called Greenland Development Partners. Okay, hold on. Let me say that again. Lauder holds significant commercial stakes in Greenland through a Delaware registered vehicle, that's a company, called Greenland Development Partners. His ventures, right? So they're already there, and it's a few others that are part of this, right? Like, is Microsoft a part of this too, or Elon Musk somehow a part of this? But in any case, let me just read further. Greenland Water Bank, a luxury bottled water company exporting glacial water. Okay, that's one of the companies. Energy and mining. This is where I was more aware of. Energy and mining, investments in hydroelectric power projects, Taser Sake, and interest in the island's vast rare earth minerals deposits, which are critical for AI and military tech. Right? Jeffrey Epstein and the Virgin Islands historic link. There's no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein has had business dealings or property in Greenland. However, his name frequently appears in the current discussions about Greenland due to a historical irony. 1917, the Treaty of the Danish West Indies, and he happens to be there. Right. We know there's a lot of conversation about the West Indies and Denmark and Greenland. So most Danes and Virgin Islanders, Danes and Greenlanders are aware of that, all those histories, you know, and how they're playing out, the differences in how they're playing out. You know, the Danish West Indies is part of the U.S. now, but they don't have really voting rights. Crazy.
Right.
Since they were sold. Yeah, crazy, man. But yet Trump wants Greenland. Okay. The connection, Epstein, infamous private island, Little St. James, was part of the territory acquired, right? But let me go on. Now, the Mega Group resources consolidated. The Mega Group's connection to Greenland is more systemic than individual. Members of the ultra-wealthy network, including Lauder and associates Leslie Wexner, are part of the broader trend, right? Leslie Wexner is a dude that's been just testified in front of Congress. Billionaire hedging, right? Yeah, all in the files. I mean, because these rich folks, they were committing these acts and having these psychopathic conversations about invading and colonizing the world, basically. They're raping and pillaging. Basically.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. Yeah. It's crazy. Resource grabs, and now they out it. Now they're exposed. You know, so it's worth noting here. How you going to be against sex trafficking, raping and pillaging of little girls, and you ain't against colonization?
Exactly.
Because that's what these people was up to. You know what I'm saying? They one and the same, two peas in a pod. In fact, they might colonize and rape. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, resources grab. Okay, several figures associated with the high-level philanthropy, I have to say that slowly, and the Mega Group have shifted focus towards Arctic resources. The network state in 2025 and 26, tech figures linked to these circles have discussed Greenland as a potential site for network states, lightly regulated high-tech settlements safe from global instability. Right. Now, that's another thing that they're thinking about, the location, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you got indirect but legal connection between Jeffrey Epstein, right, and Lauder and the Mega Group, right? So they have economic ties, legal ties, and political ties. All of those, right?
Yes.
Now let me just go. Yeah, let me go back up to the beginning. Now it says Ronald Lauder, Jeffrey Epstein, and the Mega Group are often linked. That's so funny how they call it the Mega Group. Are often linked in investigative reporting and social network analysis due to their overlapping presence in the elite philanthropic and political circles. While there is significant documentation for each, the nature of the connection ranges from confirmed business interactions to unproven theories. Is just, I mean, it doesn't mean much to say unproven theory because, these people were out to do anything. If they talked about something and they found a way to do it, then they go do it. They move to the next stage. But they talking about it is enough, with these people. It's like, given the activity that they did move out on, Now, Ronald Lauder and Jeffrey Epstein. Historic Lauder name was absent from Epstein's Black Book and flight logs. However, recent document releases as of early 2026 have clarified a direct relationship. The documented communication DOJ files released in early 2026 revealed that Lauder and Epstein were in contact as recently as 2017. Damn, that's deep. Emails show so he didn't give a damn about those allegations and billionaires. Again, I don't know if you ever met, you don't need to meet a billionaire to know how it works, but billionaires all have security people, and they usually check out anybody that this billionaire comes in contact with. Right?
Exactly.
That's what they do. That's their job. It could be, if you are going to have more than an incidental contact, they're going to check you out, who you are, everything about you, right? Because they want to know who you are. And so these people, there's no way in hell they didn't have an idea of more shit going on with Jeffrey Epstein.
Understand that Epstein had a green light because remember, it's already put out that Donald Trump gave him an offer to be in his cabinet. And so we know that now. So that was a green light because remember he's president. Trump's president. He asked Epstein to be in his cabinet. Epstein says no because Epstein wanted to like. It wasn't that he didn't like Trump. Trump didn't realize that. It was that he had all these deals going and he needed to be out of the spotlight.
Right.
So that's why he didn't want to be in the cabinet.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
But,
that makes sense.
But I think Trump's connected to like 5 or 6 guys in the mega group. Epstein's connected to them all. But remember, the files have been redacted. And a lot of the stuff that's been redacted are names like Wex. Like they caught Wexner. He can't get out of it. Trump was redacted. Lauder's redacted. But a lot of those guys were redacted out of there because. And so this is the point. I don't want to get you demonetized or anything. Mm-hmm. But you know what? The Z people. You know what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Zionists.
Mm-hmm.
What's it now? The connection between Epstein is that all of these mega groups are hardcore Z people.
Oh, right.
Hardcore. The Greater Israel Project, which is not just taking over all that area, it's finding a new land for their people.
Right, I see what you mean.
That's not the Jewish people because there's a lot of Jews who they don't want there.
It's basically if I could sum it up, it's kind of like rich people that believe the earth belongs to them and they can do whatever they want with it and anybody on it. Essentially, it doesn't really connect to Jewish people. It's just another super crazy pact. That people,
exactly, super crazy pact. Exactly.
Yeah, because people have had these pacts before in history. You know what I'm saying? Everybody likes to create themselves in some image that they are God, right? It's not just not just the other way around and shit.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really what this is. And so that's the real connection. So Trump's attached himself to that group right there. And the links between him and that group are insane. I mean, his daughter is converted to Judaism. You know that, right?
Who? Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, I think now I didn't hear that, but wasn't his steps? Hold on, is somebody in his family that converted?
Jared Kushner? No,
he didn't convert.
His daughter Ivanka converted to Judaism,
and because she married Jared.
She married Jared Kushner, and Charles Kushner is a criminal. 19 indictments and 19 convictions. He served his time, and then Trump pardoned him and gave him a job as an ambassador. But you should look up Charles Kushner and the crimes he committed. It's insane. It's insane, and that's what Epstein was doing. He was doing the stuff that Charles Kushner was doing, because Charles Kushner is a confirmed zombie, hardcore zombie.
Yeah, let's look that up. Go ahead.
These guys do bad things. So this is a little conspiratorial. What I'm gonna say right now next.
Mm-hmm.
Take it with a grain of salt. Mm-hmm. But there's in the book of Enoch, in the Ethiopian Bible, there's the story of the book of Enoch. Okay, in the book of Enoch is 200 fallen B'nai Elohim,
Mm-hmm.
or the fallen angels, or the Nephilim,
Mm-hmm.
and they unite by taking this oath, because it says that they each took on themselves wives. Well,
Mm-hmm.
in the Bible, it says they each took on themselves wives among the daughters of men. That goes a lot deeper, dude. That goes a lot deeper. They were having problems because they were having sex with all these girls, and these women would kill one another over their love for this new being of theirs. And so
Mm-hmm.
they said, hey, we got to make a deal, all right? We're gonna take an oath. One will marry and one will kill. So they each took a child, a firstborn, or a wife to this place, this mountaintop, Mount Hermon, and they sacrificed it in agreement that our fate is now sealed in the blood right here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mount Hermon is a real place. There's a military, a place there where they hold treaties to this very day. It's like a UN station,
Mm-hmm.
and it's right above Israel. Look up Mount Hermon. It's crazy because that place does exist, and it's believed that that's where they used to offer human sacrifices in treaties. I
Mm.
think a lot of times what Epstein was doing was repeating these old rituals for loyalty.
Ah, right. Yeah,
So
I see what you mean.
they
Yeah.
would
Yeah.
they would kill these kids. They would take these kids, and then you'd have to unalive somebody in this. Like, everybody has a child. They unalive them in agreement with sealing their fate. In this agreement. And this is very common at Fort Benning. There's a place called Fort Benning in North Carolina. Fort Benning has a place. So Fort Benning was named after. Sorry, not Fort Benning. Fort Bragg.
Mm-hmm.
Fort Bragg was named after. It used to be an old Confederate camp. And there's a place there called OP-13, and at that spot, it was believed that the Confederate generals would each bring a slave there, and would sacrifice that slave to join the Confederacy.
It's possible, man. I mean, don't my
Wow,
my
that's
view.
that's a history. That's a history of Fort Bragg. People know about that. It's known.
Okay. Well,
It's
I don't.
known.
I think it's people are weird like that, bro. Like, people do
Well,
ritualistic stuff. I mean, and
yeah,
some people for power, I would imagine that for purposes of power, they go too far, with these hocus pocus type of things. But you can imagine, like, the whole idea is that the ritual has to be so insane, so sick that that the people that you're involved with have something to hold over your head, right? So,
right, exactly.
yeah, because that's what keeps that gives people more guarantees that you're gonna follow their path or stay loyal to the group and all of this stuff.
Stay
And
loyal.
and of course, people like myself, man, I'm sorry, man, I don't want to have anything to do with anything like that, because it may seem stupid, but I do have a conscience. You see what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah,
and I believe that conscience is connected to your soul. You know what I mean? And I want to
right.
die peaceful. I want to die knowing that I was on the side of good. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so I can't. I don't need that much power. Some people are just too goddamn power hungry, man, and it's a problem on Earth. We need to be able to sustain. There's something real called sustainable development. That brings everyone closer to each other and brings more harmony. And into the existence. Not that life has to be perfect. Nobody can account for what perfect is. But goddamn, there's no need for us to have, what is it, 10 people that have $43 trillion in wealth in the United States of America. Just 10 people. Just 10 Americans. $43 million, $43 trillion of wealth. That's a third of the country's GDP. 10 people. There's no need for that, and to see homeless people on the street. There's no need for that
I
in
mean,
people being in debt to just go to goddamn school. All of this stuff, man. That
yeah, I
shit
mean,
is just sick, man. Go ahead. What was this base called again? You said it was outside of Israel, because I got that up right now.
Mount Hermon,
Mount.
or yeah, Hermon, Harman. But it's yeah, Mount Hermon is what's called.
And it's Israel. It's in Israel. Mount
No,
Hermon.
it's in the Levant. It's like, so it was allegedly the place that the B'nai Elohim all
Okay.
gathered together, and they took an oath.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
to this day, we recognize that, like, there's a UN treaty place up there where they still sign treaties up there.
Okay. Yeah, there's people. Yeah, and I suppose folks, we all do these kind of things, man. Like I give an example. If I wanted to go to Africa, right? Because I have ancestry there also, right? So if I wanted to go there, I could go and I could have some tribal rituals done, or I could experience some based on my ethnicity, right? They would show me
Yeah.
some things. Now, I'm not talking about burning babies and all of that shit. I just mean some basic cultural things. And people get some kind of, maybe spiritual feeling from these things. And I think that's a wonderful thing. But this is the opposite side of this. This is when you're using it for evil, right? For bad, to justify doing bad things to other people. When your rituals are caught up in killing people, when you're killing all of this
Yeah.
shit, it's just insane, man. But here's the place you're talking about, and you say it's on the border of what?
Actually, I think I think I thought it was in Levant, but it's called Mount Hermon, Hermon.
Yeah, it's here. I got it
It's
up on
the
the
place.
screen.
Yeah, it's where Christ also was supposedly had his transfiguration thing.
Okay.
But and look that up in Watchers. The angels swore an oath to the summit of the mount to commit there's this great sin, taking one human wife, which led them to corruption of humanity. But
Okay,
that's the story
where
that's
you
told
getting
in
that
deeper.
from? Where you getting that from again? Just tell me where you getting
I
that
just
from.
I
Yeah.
just looked at it, my AI overview.
Okay.
Just type in Mount Hermon, Book of Enoch.
Oh, Book of Enoch. Mount Hermon, Book of Enoch. All right, let me see here. Book of Enoch. Let's see. All right. Yeah, this Book of Enoch, I know what I'm about to look up after this, but I'm just curious about this. Okay, so I have it up. I got it up on the screen now. The Book of Enoch,
Yeah.
specifically 1 Enoch, Mount Hermon, the site of a pivotal and dark event in biblical mythology, the descent of the Watchers. According to the text, the mountain was the ground zero for a rebellion against the heaven that in Enoch tradition explains the origin of the evil forbidden knowledge of the Nephilim, right? The descendants of the Watchers. Chapter 6 of 1 Enoch, a group of 200 angels known as the Watchers, led by Semyaza, decided to leave heaven to pursue human women, right? They chose
Right.
Mount Hermon as their landing point. And it says, and they were in all 200 who descended in the days of Jared Kushner. Now, in the days of Jared,
Right.
right? On the summit of the
Right.
Mount Hermon. This is crazy, man. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so that's the story. The story is not told in full, but it's believed that's. I mean, they took from themselves wives, but just taking yourself wife doesn't do the trick. They gave a human sacrifice there,
Okay.
and they kept one wife to themselves, but they also made a sacrifice, and that's what bound them. And from that point on, there's been this thing in ritual binding through blood.
Okay.
Now, and so that's where it all kind of begins. And so for a lot of these guys in the mega group, that's where they get this notion from.
Uh-huh.
Is this sealing with this a sacrificial offering, And but again, you kind of nailed it. It's much more these days where they want your loyalty, and if they have you on video committing a snuff film, they're much more able to control you than any other thing. So it's more than just ritualistic stuff. It's a way to maintain control of the group.
It says the Watchers ritual oath. When 200 Watchers first landed on Mount Hermon, they didn't perform a human sacrifice. Instead, they performed a mutual imprecation ritual led by, but let's just see, led by Semyaza. They swore an oath to commit their sin, intermarrying with humans,
Yeah.
and bound themselves to a curse if they failed. The binding, yeah, but I get what you're saying. The binding of themselves
Yeah.
to a dark fate is why the mountain is named Hermon. Right. So people, there's people that will believe, that will have different versions of this, right? Essentially, but
Well, yeah,
ultimately it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get
They,
you.
they, I mean, there's a dark history of the world that they don't want you to know about, and so that's covered up. But we know that these guys commit these type of rituals, this binding ritual, and like I said, the guys in Fort Bragg, the Confederate generals, they did the same binding at that place, which became OP-13, right? Right. In the, it's a place that they do live live fire society there at Fort Bragg, but it was based on the fact that they each brought a slave there and sacrificed his slave in agreement to join the union. Like we know you're in if you kill a black person in front of us. And again, that continued on to about the 1980s.
Okay, let me just pull this up. Not that it would be everything's not here. I'm just curious. I want to look at this. See, I'm just saying, since you're saying this, while there's no historical record of a mass human sacrifice of enslaved people at Fort Bragg, now renamed Fort Liberty, that mirrors the descent of the Watchers. Your question likely touches on the blend of three things: the brutal history of the base's namesake, modern conspiracy theories, and local urban legends. Okay, so here's a breakdown. The historical brutality, Braxton Bragg. The base was named after Braxton Bragg, a Confederate general who was a notorious slave owner. The sacrifice of labor. Before the Civil War, Bragg operated a sugarcane plantation in Louisiana, using over 100 enslaved people, sugarcane workers as famously lethal. The sacrifice here was the literal working to death of human beings for profit. Okay, violence on the campaign. During the Mexican-American War, Bragg's forces enslaved men to accompany him into combat. One was killed and another was, so basically, I mean, but listen, obviously they're not going to, nobody will want to, people in this time, they don't necessarily reveal some of the dirtiest secrets, but we know all kinds of things went on with slaves. They weren't just put out there in the sugarcane fields. They were property, and if you wanted to kill them and you wanted to sacrifice them, it was your property, and you could do whatever you wanted.
Yeah. Also, it's in the books in Fayetteville. A lot of the murders are, and you have to go and look on the actual like the old like record show on like a little, I forget what it's called. It's called like a fish reel, like a little slice of of like a negative. I forget what it's called, but it's like a it's what I'm talking about, like in the newspapers they don't keep the hard newspapers, they keep like a digital copy of them. And if
Okay.
you go and look at some of those old newspapers the fort in at Fort at Fayetteville, you'll see the disappearance of all these people that took place there, black
Okay.
people.
Yeah.
So they if that stuff hit the main news, they would cut it right out because it would completely make Fort Bragg look like they just turn a blind eye and murder
Yeah.
black people.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you,
They
man.
keep that stuff buried. They keep that stuff buried. But again, this is the problem, and this is what they're not talking about. Like no one's connected. No one's connected Epstein with Zionism. Have you ever heard anybody even mention that?
No, I haven't. And I also
Yeah.
think that it's I think here's a complication I think exists. Just defining what Zionism is, and and I think some people might take offense to it because maybe that's not what Zionism means to them. You see what I mean? And then
Yeah.
yeah, versus I guess you could say political Zionism, right? I could, maybe that's a better way to say it. But don't get me wrong, I'm not saying people should use different terms. I think people should have the
Right.
conversations that they use and they think are useful, right? But for me, I would, just to make it blatantly obvious, I would say political Zionism, right? But like
Right.
you pointed out to me before, like you pointed this out to me before, that that yeah, it's hard to get Americans to sometimes communicate from a religious perspective, right? To
Mhm.
and understand it, but for me, I do understand. I think this politics can often be intertwined with religious, and it may be loony and it may be nutty, right? It may be. I think the shit is loony, man, because in my mind, freedom should be what is intertwined with your politics. Freedom should be on your mind.
Yeah.
When you people should take oath based on, we're going to make sure that these motherfuckers never enslave us. We're going to
Right.
stand together for our freedom. That will be our bond. But when you're dealing with other people, there's groups of people that when they get into this, I'm better than you. This is what this is what I account it to, the I'm better than you theory, trying to justify acting against other people as if you are actually better than them, as if you have rights that they don't have. You know what I mean? And trying to justify it.
Yeah.
So when people try to justify it, I mean, it could be Zionism, it could be any ism, right? When people try to justify being better than someone else, they usually combine it with some kooky shit, bro, to justify it. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah,
have to.
completely.
Yeah, it's like, and that's one avenue into it. Like, I'm better than you, and then all of a sudden they find themselves at a mountain where they fucking killing a baby just to be part of a fucking group that is just like,
Yeah.
what you doing this crazy shit, man? Come on, just for
Yeah.
what? What's the you see what I mean? So, but they will
Mhm.
have there's groups of people that will have people fucking doing dirt to make sure they have a hold of them. And what's the justification for having a hold on people? Because you think you have a right. You think you're God.
You think you're replacing yourself with God? Yep.
Yeah. And
Hey,
and I'm not a believer. I'm not a person that I'm not saying it like God, like a Christian God or anything like that. I'm just saying you think you're a higher power. You literally think you are meant to be above other people. In my mind, that's wrong, man.
exactly.
It's just wrong,
Yeah.
you know? In my mind, we're all equal and we're all supposed to be equal and we're all meant to be equal. And, live and let live. You live as long as you don't harm other people. You know, you get respect when you walk on the street as long as you're given respect. You know what I mean? It should be a mutual
Exactly.
thing. Yeah, man. So, but I understand people look at these people. Look at what they're willing to do, bro. And look at how they're willing to
Crazy.
justify it. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I
Okay,
would.
so
Yeah, go
look
ahead.
up look something up. Look this up. Look up. It's two words. First word is spelled N as in November. Neturei. Second word is Karta. Karta. N e
NETU.
t u r e i.
Uh-huh.
Karta. Karta.
TA. Okay. Aramic. Guardians of City. Okay. Yeah, this is okay. This is something according
Okay.
yeah, the Orthodox
So
Jewish. Okay.
this is Judaism, okay? And they're anti-Zionist. Yeah, I do agree with you. Zionism is a political ideology. And the difference is that these guys believe in the Mashiach, they believe in the Torah, they believe in the faith. Okay. Zionism only uses the faith when it needs it.
Hmm.
Like the faith says, no, you're not supposed to be in Jerusalem. The Zionists don't believe that.
Hmm.
And so that's why they take that over. They believe in human sacrifices and Bastille's deals. They believe in getting rid of populations. They believe in a two-class system of people. You know, so Zionism is a political ideology. It's not like a faith. This I support these guys. These to me are the true Jewish people. These are the people waiting for the Mashiach to return. These are the people sitting in the diaspora as they were told to do by Hashem. Okay, this is true Judaism, and Zionists hate these men and women. They despise them. They would kill them if they were allowed to, because they represent what Judaism is supposed to mean, and they want to replace that with Zionism. Like a Netanyahu. Netanyahu isn't even religious. He's an atheist.
Hmm.
You know. So
Yeah, yeah.
how are you going to say that? Yeah, how are you going to say that his belief that Jews have a right to Jerusalem is based upon the Torah? He doesn't even believe in the Torah.
Hmm.
So that's what Zionism is. Zionism is the stealing of land, the destruction of children, and the forcing of a narrative. And Trump loves that because they make him their Cyrus.
Right.
They make him the new Mashiach. And once they put Trump, I don't even know this. Trump got anointed, I think. You remember when Trump said, I'm the chosen one back in his first term?
He said what?
And he says, I'm the chosen one.
Oh,
Nicholas says,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
the chosen one.
yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. He
He got
says,
anointed. He got
yeah.
anointed. He got anointed. That's why he said that. He
Mm.
got anointed by these guys, and they convinced him that he was the chosen one, and that he's supposed to liberate Israel. He's supposed to return Jerusalem, or the embassy to Jerusalem, make Jerusalem the capital of Israel, and restore Israel back to its former self. And
Hmm.
they played into his ego. And so I personally think Trump may have privately converted to Judaism. And
He, yeah, for money.
just there's for money, for power.
It's
Because
crazy,
if they
man.
convince him that you're the Mashiach, you're the one, and of course he converted to Judaism. His daughter did. He's invested all the time and energy into his son-in-law. His grandkids were basically Jewish.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Me, it's this stuff is, my belief is more from a sociological perspective when it comes to religion. Everybody has the right to their special story, but that
Right.
special story doesn't make them any more special than anybody else's special story, right? Why?
Exactly.
Because human beings use these special stories to give them some inspiration, some purpose. That's it. You know what I mean? I mean, and people have done this since the beginning of time, tried to connect themselves to the universe, essentially, through whatever means, and to give themselves inspiration, right? To make
Yep.
existence a little more easier, right? And but when people try to take it out of that context, man, I'm sorry, man. I have to step back and just wonder, like, what the hell is going on? What's going on? But that's me. Obviously, there's loads of people that don't take religion that way. There's loads of people that don't see one religion as the same. You know what I'm saying? Me, I see. I'm talking about just basic religion. All is basically being the same for the same purpose. No different
Yeah.
purpose, having the same foundational ideas. Very simple, and so if you're in one part of the world, maybe to you it means this. If you're in another part of the world, maybe to you it means that. But they're not having a different goal. They're not having a different purpose. The root reasoning is still the same. It's part of the human nature to do these things, right? To
Yep.
create something that to aspire to be. You know what I'm saying? And but outside of that, and I think it's a beautiful thing to do too. But me myself, I just think I have more respect for it when it's private. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I have more respect for religion when people don't preach it, when people live it, and you don't need to tell them what your religion is for them to see that you're a caring person, to see that you're a decent person. You see what I'm saying? And if someone wants to
Yeah.
ask you what your religion is, that's another thing. Then you might choose to tell them or not. But to me, I see it as more powerful when it's private. You see what I mean? And that way you get to
No. Same
negotiate
page.
with everybody on equal terms. You see what I mean? I'm not going to
Yeah.
deal with any person differently because they don't have the same religion as me. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to deal with everybody
I
the
mean,
same, you know?
like Cyrus, Cyrus the Great, his thing was he wanted to restore all the old religions, and he put money and time into it, and so that they can rebuild their temples. He even allowed the Israelites to go back and go, oh, it's too bad what the Babylonians did. Here, go back and rebuild your temple and worship your God the way that you want to worship it. You shouldn't have to worship the way that we tell you to. The Babylonians do it, and so like that's who you are. You're a modern day Cyrus. Let people worship in their own faith, in their own belief system, and all like there's divinity in everything. But the religion of your ancestors is probably what you should be worshiping. Like stick in your lane. And I'm the same way. Like the one thing I despise, and I didn't learn to despise it until recently, was proselytization. The converting of others from their faith. I
Yeah.
I think it's maybe one of the biggest moral sins that you can commit in the universe.
Well, look,
So like, go
look
ahead.
here. Dylan says no respect for religion is on par with money, aka indentured servitude. Yeah, and I think,
Yeah,
I
you're
think
spot on.
yeah, I agree. I understand that, but when I say like to me, it's very simple. If you or if you have a religion that tells you you can enslave other people, you don't have a fucking religion. At that point, you
Yeah,
got something else. You you
yeah,
you've allowed yourself to be tricked into doing some other shit. You know what I mean? Because you know,
yeah,
and but I agree. Too often, people do promote those things as
yeah,
like. And I'm sorry, just because you have a book, right? Just because you have a book, doesn't mean you're supposed to adhere to it. Is that what that means? Because you have a book and this book is supposed to be, does that mean that you are supposed to adhere to it? Or can you say, no, that's wrong and that's not part of my religion? Do you have, your own individual power, And I just think people got to, call it what it, you could call yourself, people, there's a lot of different versions of quote unquote like Christianity. If people want to call themselves that, that's why I never get caught up in the terms, because to me, the terms mean you're bounded to something that maybe is not free. You see what I mean? Like, so if you want to use a name for your religion, okay. If your religion is based on a book of rules, okay, that's what you want to do. That's not what I'm saying is wise, right? But I'm saying if that's what you want to do, as long as you're not hurting other people, because slavery, now, when you try to use your religion to justify enslaving other people, then you're gonna have a problem. When you use your religion to say that you're better than other people or that you have more right than other people, then you have a problem. Anything in any religious book that got anything to do with that, you should know how to extract that yourself and just put that aside. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just, it's going to create problems for other people, but I don't try to take people's stuff away. I try to give people space and opportunity to decide for themselves if they want to change what they call, whatever they call it, if they want to add to it and make it better. Okay. But I try not to be the one to take people's stuff, from them, because some people, man, are just born into this stuff. And a lot of people have a religion they never even read a line about. You know what I'm saying? You know how many illiterate people are religious?
Well, that's almost required. But like Dylan said, religion really at its source is about making more money for the institution.
Yeah.
And so and the ones that falls with the most are the poor.
Yeah.
Where they're convinced that if you give money, you'll be better off. And give it like the church. I think the Torah or Judaism and Christianity both require you to give a tithe.
Yeah.
10%.
Yeah, that's what they say.
I'm sorry.
It's true.
Yeah, and also an offering on top of that. But do you know one thing that, like, I don't know if you know this or not, but you should talk to somebody like I used to go to the Kabbalah Center in Hollywood,
Mhm.
and actually just north of Beverly Hills. But they taught us there that the reason why you get tithes of 10% is because it's believed that 10% is dark, is evil.
Damn.
And so every dime of your money is like it's evil money, and wherefore you have to give that 10% to the church, to Hashem, and they decide the temple, and they decide what's done with it. So like even if you say I'm gonna take my tithe and give it to charity, you can't do that. That's not what tithe is designed for. You have to give that to the institution, and the institution purifies it and does with it as God sees fit.
That's interesting, man. I don't go to, I don't, I mean, I'm ashamed. I'm not ashamed to say it, but I mean, in reality, I'm not a person that goes to, I got a Christian background, but I don't go to church too often. I might go because of different family members and things like this. They might have some Orthodox, you could say. They might have some, and don't get me wrong, I don't mind getting together, and if somebody wants to pray or have some things together with others like them, and this is where they get their moment to meditate or pray together or their religious experiment. I don't mind that, but when it comes to being told certain things that just don't make sense in a book, that's where I divert from, and also trying to believe things that are fallacies, right? That are just fallacies.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that the beginning of time and the beginning of man goes way before any of these religious books most people are caught up in existed. We all know that.
Right.
And we all know loads of religions existed in different stages and different forms before that for hundreds of thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? We know this. We know it. We're that advanced today where we know we make stuff to make ourselves feel good. We do. And but then there's also powerful people that say, you made this thing to make yourself feel good, to give you some shelter from the cold, from the dark. So you made some things up to make yourself feel better about the hard times you have in life, and to give you inspiration to keep to thriving. And all your group has this belief. Aha, now I want to insert myself into it, and I want to own it. So now I will make a book and press it up, and I will put some rules in there. And now you got to pay tax. Shit like this. Now
Yeah.
we're going to, and I think this has been the evolution, you know what I'm saying, that has occurred. And so it's gone from maybe spiritual to, spiritual cultural to state.
Right.
You know what I mean? And something else, power groups. Epstein, you know what I mean? Epstein wanting to control the church and shit, and wanting to control the narrative, and powerful people, and it's justifying war, and people get manipulated by it, and also a lot of people are victimized by it. I mean, a lot of that stuff, when you allowing logical fallacies to just go on, that's a precursor to molestation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a precursor. Just
Yeah.
believing things that aren't true, that aren't factually true, but you try to make them true, and you try to justify the stories, but the stories ain't making sense. Like, for example, why is Egypt mentioned more times in the Bible than anything else? Like, why? You see what I mean? And why are the Egyptians, some of these, I'm not saying that any of these stories aren't true, but why is this thing about evil, good and evil, wrapped into groups of people? You see what I mean?
Right.
Like the
Yeah.
idea of a group of people, so they've had these battles for a long time. And I'm not saying that anybody is without some sort of, bad leadership or things like that. But it just seems like when you look into these stories, like, damn, like, come on. I mean, you want people to believe one thing, archaeology, and then on the other hand, you don't have to believe it at all. You can just have a book that says everything was real. But you see what I mean? So
Yeah, I mean that's one of the problems is like, they have a narrative like when you have the Bible, you have this narrative that you want to push, but the problem is the narrative doesn't line up. For example, like you and I know that Pangea existed, right? So where
some people say
where was
that,
the
but it existed, but when? You know what I mean? Like, and what
but
was it
where
like?
where would the Garden of Eden have been? So where would the Garden of Eden have been if God created the heavens and the earth and all the animals, then they would all have been on Pangea. So I mean, we know that that split up 150 million years ago. So you're saying that if the Earth's only 5,000 years old, and the Garden of Eden is like in Iraq, that's you see what I'm saying? It
Yeah,
just doesn't line up.
yeah,
The
exactly.
geology doesn't line up.
Yeah, it don't. Exactly. It's true, man. There's a whole lot of exactly. And yeah, I know what you mean. I don't even say Pangea, but I know what you mean only because there's other people that say Pangea and they turn it into something else, right? But yeah, of course, the earth was one at one time according to science. These continents were one at one time, right? And then they broke
Yeah.
apart, right? So, and how long ago was that? You know what I mean? And then what was on the planet at that time? And then when did humans emerge? And but we've been here for
Yeah.
a long time, but not that goddamn long. You know what I'm saying?
Like I used to live in San Bernardino. I went to Cal State San Bernardino, and so if you go behind Cal State San Bernardino, that's where the San Andreas fault line is. Like you can actually see the fault line behind the school.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so they would go back there, and you can tell in the wintertime or summertime, there's this green line that goes all the way that runs north south,
Mhm.
and that green line is the fault line because steam comes up from there.
Mhm.
So you can look at a rock that's like located here, and then you can find the other rock like about 50 yards down, and they
Mhm.
can tell you how long it took for that rock to slide along the fault line. Because the rock lands on the fault line over the course of time, it's going to split and it's going to be in two different places. See what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So you can track that, and they've tracked things as far as like like almost a quarter mile apart, which took hundreds of thousands of years to get there, or
Mhm.
something that's been there for like just 10 years, and you can see that it's moved like 5 inches over the course of 10 years.
Mhm.
So I'm saying all this evidence is here, but it doesn't, it contradicts this notion that the earth was created in 7 days and that we've only been here for 5,000. It contradicts the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the story of like of Genesis, where did the rainbow come from? Well, God put that in the air as a sign, that He wouldn't cause a flood again. But yet, if you go in a helicopter, if you see a rainbow and go in a helicopter and goes up, you know what happens? The rainbow turns into a circle in the sky because the rainbow is just an optical illusion.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, true. And that's it. But man has developed in time its understanding of his surroundings. You know what I mean? And so we're
Yeah,
liable to have different beliefs at different times. You know what I mean? According to our understanding of the environment, and the universe, and it's changed throughout time, and yeah, that's why I just, but you can get people to do anything for money, and you can get people to some people not everybody, but you can get some people to do anything for money and attach some sort of ritual to it, some sort of
yeah,
justification and reasoning behind. And I suppose if you're a greedy bastard, you know and you only care about yourself, I suppose you need a justification, right? Don't you need a justification if you're just going to go out there and keep hurting people, you know, and for money to because you want to take the easy way out, so it's easier to just oppress people. I mean, doesn't it make you feel better to have some sort of justification? You know, I'm
I mean,
special.
we were talking before about billionaires, and getting back to that, I think there's something that happens to you when you have that level of wealth. I
Hmm.
mean, a level that's so great that just the normal things are boring to you. And so, what becomes more exciting? Well, maybe human sacrifice, maybe like controlling a population, maybe like pushing everybody out of Greenland and having it all to myself. And that's what I think. This is what I think that
Yeah,
Epstein focused on. He
yeah,
focused on these guys who have this level of greed and desire, and he fed into that. And he took them to the next level, a higher level. He gave them
yeah,
everything that they asked for,
yeah,
and that's what this mega was about, and that's what the whole thing is about. And
yeah,
Trump, again, if it's about greed, Trump loves greed. It's his favorite subject matter,
yeah,
and this is why they were easy to get him into it and donate to him and get him to be part of their plan. And now he's 100% on board with this plan of greed.
yeah.
And I think
Exactly.
that's what we're going through. Yeah, and it is billionaires. Like I don't think that you and I could ever experience it because if you had $1 billion, within a month you have $800 million
Well, well,
because you probably
yeah, but you know what else?
in a way
They don't want to be alone either. You know what I mean? So they love a new person that's willing to be evil. You know what I'm saying?
evil.
Like, yeah, yeah, they love a
Yeah,
new person that's willing to do these things because it justifies their purpose. You know what I mean? So it's a small
yeah,
circle. So they need people to go. They don't want to be alone either. These people. You know what I mean? And I think it's just like you said. Like when they get a certain amount of power, there's things that come with it. Number one, your knowledge of how things really work comes with it
yeah.
because you're witnessing it every day. You're sitting back and you're saying, wow, that president, I know him. Nobody knows I know
Hmm.
him, but I do know him. Only, a small set of the society knows I know him, but the rest, the 95% that are voting this year, don't know that I know him. Wow. And they also don't know that I'm making business deals behind the table with him. They don't know that.
Yeah.
So you feel special. You know you're special. You know you're special. You
Hmm.
know you're different. It cements it in your head. This is how things really work. And I'm one of the chosen few. And that shit goes to their fucking head, bro. And I think this is why it is so important for everyday people. Um, just and forget the politics part of it, but just everyday decent people, people that believe you have the right to a life. You have the right to go to work and earn a fair wage that pays your bills in the vicinity where you work. You know what I'm saying? You have a right to decency, to be treated like a decent person. You see what I mean? You have certain inalienable rights. I think people need to wake up like right now and understand that that's what is going on right now. These people don't want you to have any rights. They don't want you to have, they want you to volunteer your rights. And they think they got the system rigged. And in some ways, the system is rigged because campaign financing there's nothing being done about that. It costs
Yep.
$1 billion to run for fucking president. I mean, come on. Come on.
Yep.
They've already segregated the whole thing between the rich and the poor just in the electoral system. And I think people just need to be smart enough to wake up from that. They need to be smart, or they're going to pay the price, man. They're going to pay the price. You know, they're going to pay the price.
I think we learned with Mamdani. Mamdani is the first case that I can say like a big office where the money didn't win.
Right.
You know, that was the first time money didn't win, and so I think he's so important because if he fails, you know, we all as democratic socialists fail. But I don't think he's gonna fail. Like he's already gotten 2 of his campaign promises done, and it's just been February.
Right. Okay. And
So
which ones were those?
he's gotten the school for children. What is it? Pre-K.
Oh, really?
Pre-care. That's
Oh.
already been. Yeah, that's already been getting signed over into law, and I think they're already on the verge of opening the first store, state-run store
Okay.
as well in one of the. So
Okay.
those are our. They already opened a state-run store in Georgia based upon the same idea.
Okay. Okay.
So and then the busing thing is coming along track. And what's another one? There's another one that Hochul just agreed upon the sign. I forget what the third one was, but you can look it up. But there's 2 of them that are guaranteed done. And there's another campaign promise that he talked about, but it wasn't him. This happened before he came into office, where they wanted to shut down all these puppy mills
Uh-huh.
because they're horrible. And the Democrats or the Republicans are trying to say, oh, you know, Mamdani doesn't want you to have a dog in your apartment. It's not what it was. It was like we want these puppy mills to close, but the governor did it. She's closing puppy mills in the state of New York.
Okay.
So 90% of all the dogs that are sold in pet stores come from puppy mills.
Puppy
And
Mills?
so
What is it called?
yeah, like a puppy mill where they have these giant commercial farms where they're breeding these dogs and they're breeding puppies,
Really?
and they live in horrible conditions. They live their whole life in a cage.
Oh,
They're getting bred,
yeah.
and
Yeah,
yeah,
bro.
they don't get believe it. Yeah,
Yeah, so the governor shut it down instead.
the governor shut it down. It got shut down on December 2024.
Now look at this. This is some of what Gemini pulls up, right, in terms of Mamdani's accomplishments in his first moments, right? Now it says key accomplishments in first months: housing and tenant protections. Housing
Yeah,
was
that was the other one.
housing was the North Star of Mamdani's campaign, and he has prioritized it through several executive actions. Revived the office to protect tenants. One of the first acts was to reinstate and fund the mayor's office to protect tenants, which had been largely sidelined by the previous administration. Ain't that some shit?
Right.
That dude is corny.
Yep.
That dude. What was his name? Adams. Fucking Adams, man.
Mayor Adams.
I hate that, yeah. But in any case, he's just another one. You know what I'm saying? Like I always say, they come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. These motherfuckers, man. He appointed prominent organizer Cia Weaver to lead it. Okay, so that's one. So he's revived the office to
That's the
protect
big one.
tenants. Yeah. Now then
Yeah.
the next one is rent freeze preparations. While the
Yeah,
while the
that's the
rent
second one.
while the rent guidelines board RGB votes later in this year, Mamdani has signaled a hard line, 0 increase policy by appointing new members to the board who share his goal of citywide rent freeze and stabilize the apartment. Okay, so he wants a rent freeze.
Yeah.
Period, right?
And childcare. Childcare is the third one.
Okay, so then here's another one. Lift Task Force launched the Land Inventory Fast Track Task Force to identify city-owned land for his promised 200,000 new units for social housing. That's great, man. Look,
It's huge, exactly.
it's coming out of your tax dollars. And look, if you don't use the tax dollars to provide decent, affordable housing, that money is going to go to some rich person's corporation to make money off of your back. It's crazy. That's great news. Okay, and then there's also Speed Task Force created a body to identify and remove bureaucratic bottlenecks in the affordable housing development process. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, okay. So number 2. So this is all of that is just
Too much.
under the housing and tenant protections. That's what
In
he's
2 months.
in 2 months. Yeah. Now number
2 months.
Now number 2 is the Affordability and Consumer Protection Act, right? Mamdani has expanded the traditional scope of the mayor's office to include direct consumer advocacy. Okay, junk fee task force he established a task force to crack down on hidden fees and rent and retail and services, a key part of his cost of living agenda. I want to learn more about that one. Junk fee task force, consumer. So that's something, crack down on hidden fees and retail and services. That's interesting, bro. Yeah, okay. Subscription trap protections, signaled executive orders aimed at making it easier for New Yorkers to cancel reoccurring subscriptions. Yeah, hell yeah. Modeled after the federal FTC click to cancel. Hell fucking yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, companies are getting loads of money, free money off of this shit, you know.
Exactly.
Universal child care. Here we go. Universal child care on day 36. He announced the first phase of his plan for universal child care, focusing on expanding 2Care and 3K programs for low-income families. Yeah, man. They got to go to work, right? How can you be an employer that hires someone that has children, but you don't care about their children's care?
Exactly.
It just don't make any sense. So businesses need to get on board with the government to making sure that everybody's got a fair chance just to have to participate in the economy, to participate in the society. Definitely that's huge, bro. Okay, so number 3 is in the public works and safety. McGinnis Boulevard redesign. On his third day, Mamdani followed through on a local campaign promise to implement a full original safety redesign of McGinnis Boulevard in Brooklyn, which had previously been stalled. Damn, McGinnis Boulevard. I got to look on that. Matter of fact, let me just pull that up here. I know I'm not going to spend too much time on that, but I'm just curious. McGinnis? Is it McGinnis? McGinnis Boulevard. I know I'm spelling that funny, but that's just because I'm overseas. So here we go, Brooklyn. Now, so this is McGinnis Boulevard here. This road right here. So all that road. Now, where's it extends? Okay, that's Pulaski Bridge. That's Polish area or something. Yeah, this is Brooklyn now. They have an area, right, where it's a lot of Polish people in Brooklyn. Yeah, okay. So that's the overview. So that's McGinnis Boulevard. Oh, Hunters Point. Okay, so it leads up to Hunters Point. I get it. And so it's north of Williamsburg. Okay, now I see where that is. Okay. So let me see here. Okay. So, and then Williamsburg Bridge repairs. He made a public show of fixing the Williamsburg Bridge bump, a symbolic move to signal his administration's focus on pedestrian and cycle safety. Yeah, that's a great thing, man, because listen, pollution in a city where so many people are piled on top of each other, pollution has to be taken seriously by all means. So cycle safety, pedestrian safety, also electric cars, however they're going to build up these electric grids in New York and shit like this. The capacity, is better than breathing in gas,
Yeah, definitely.
Let me see here. Public safety, it may not be perfect. It may have its issues, but hey, man, New York got a lot of money. They could be a hub for a lot of innovation for the U.S.,
Oh, yeah.
Public safety, despite his radical label, he kept the existing police commissioner in place initially to ensure stability while reporting a record low year for shooting incidents in his first crime statistic briefing. Okay, well, that's interesting. So then there's more, man. There's promise is still in progress. So these are other things that he's working on right now that haven't.
Wait, before you start on that, one other thing that's not mentioned there is that for the snow workers, the guys who are piling up the snow, he's paying them $30 an hour, a living wage to plow snow.
Oh, really?
Yep. So that's another promise he kept right there. And that's a throwaway. That's just a throwaway. Man.
Yeah, New York gets a lot of snow too, man. It shuts down the city basically on some of it. Let me see here. In his first month, Mayor Mamdani handling the snow workers, specifically the emergency snow shoveler program, has become one of the most high-profile political polarizing. Can you imagine that's polarizing? Aspects of his early administration. Why is that polarizing? That's crazy, man. Snow workers. This is bizarre for people outside of the U.S. reading that snow workers is polarizing. Cleaning the snow.
Yeah, they didn't want to pay them anything, or they wouldn't. They wanted to have to do it for free. But he's go ahead. But he's giving them $30 an hour, from what I understand.
Yeah, and look, listen. Let me see something. How much do people who clean up the snow get paid in Denmark versus, let's say, New York City, right? Because he has these new reforms. So let's just see what that looks like, just as a comparison, right? I'm curious because I seen the snow workers out here. They had a lot of work to do the last month. Okay, in the wake of the historic February 2026 blizzard, the pay for those clearing the snow has become a major talking point because Mayor Mamdani declared a state of emergency and raised emergency rates. NYC workers currently have the edge for short-term, high-intensity shifts, whereas Danish workers earn a more consistent, high base wage. Okay, but still, look at this. Look at this. You saw. So look, snow worker pay comparison. Okay, New York City. Let me see if I can open that up. Is there more to this? All right. So I'm going to have to show you guys what this says. All right. So the worker type is here. You all can all see that. So there's emergency shoveler OT, overtime, and plow operator. Okay. So in New York City, emergency shoveler gets $30 an hour. That's what you were talking about, right? But
Yeah.
look, now look right across. Look, I'm going to move it so you can see it. Oh, maybe you can't see it that way. Okay. So
I can't see it.
hold on. So I'm going to
I can't watch it live.
I know, no, don't worry, but I'm talking about the viewers if they can see it. Let me just fix this real quick so y'all can see what it's showing me real quick. Boom. And then if I go like this, I think if I go like that, is it bigger? Yeah, now they can see a little more. Okay. Now I'm going to yeah, so they can see now. Let me just move this back. You can see it's good to do this in this conversation to kind of see, to have some comparisons because now you can see. So worker type, New York City, emergency snow shoveler, $30 an hour. In Denmark, that the equivalent would be what? That's $31 an hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah, that's just the
You gotta take care of your people.
that's the regular fee. They always get that. Well, they get in Denmark. You get raises periodically. You know, it's a union job basically.
Okay.
Now, emergency, but that means that Mamdani raised the emergency shoveler job to the union standard of Denmark. That's what that means.
Yeah.
That's what that means. You know,
That's-
that's what I get out of it. Now, emergency shoveler OT, $45. What's an emergency shoveler in Denmark? It's $46.
Nice.
New York's not a cheap city, by the way. In Denmark,
No, it's not.
the rent is cheaper than New York, man. Copenhagen, rent is cheaper in Copenhagen, bro. It is.
Oh.
You know, yeah. They've the housing is a area where it goes up and you have increases. I had increases every year, man, for the last maybe 8 years, man. But then again, there's other things that kick in, and you know, yeah, I also got raises. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but plow operator in New York, $38 to $55, right? What do you get paid in Denmark? $31. So plow operators get paid more in New York than they do in Denmark. You know what I'm saying? But then again, New York is more, you know, if you look into the cost of housing, New York is a major city compared to Copenhagen. Copenhagen it's gone up, and people complain about the hikes in the rent and things like that because of inflation, but it's less than it is in New York. I mean, that's the crazy part about it. So although our wages typically can be a little higher, you know, the rent is a little cheaper too. So starting pay, standard, $19 to $30 an hour. Okay, but in any case, that was an interesting look at the snow workers. I just wanted to kind of cover that so people get a chance to see and kind of get some comparative understanding, right? Because yeah, sometimes we could get lost in the information, and yeah, so that's Mamdani. I'm impressed with Mamdani. You know, I'm totally impressed with him, and I think he's been a victory for I guess he calls it social democrats, right? They say socialist democracy. Is that what they calling it? What is they calling it?
It's democratic. Democratic socialism.
Yeah,
FDR.
democratic socialism. You know, I myself, I don't, I didn't understand why he used that term, but I thought he would use something called social democrat, right?
They're different though. A social
Yeah,
democrat is
tell me.
different than a democratic socialism. So
Okay, go ahead.
they're different. Like there's a Democratic Socialist Party in the United States,
Yeah,
and they vote Democratic consistently.
yeah.
But it's really the progressive movement here. So and they base themselves off of FDR.
Okay,
So again, so a social democratic isn't a part of the capitalist system. Democratic socialism is a part of the capitalist system.
okay,
So it's a very distinct term. It has a very distinct meaning. They're not we're not socialists. We're democratic socialists, which
okay.
is basically progressives.
Okay, I
Yeah,
see. I see. Yeah, because it sounds almost to me it almost sounds the opposite, right? I mean, for some
it
reason,
sounds the opposite,
yeah, but
but
maybe
that's
yeah.
the problem. Then the right try to accuse you of being a communist,
That's
and
what I'm saying.
they get to use all the talking points. But
Right.
if you say we're basically FDR, all the talking points go into the trash.
Right, right. I got you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. And at the end of the day, it's American. It's an American term, so it shouldn't be confused with other anything. Right? You got to really understand
Yeah,
what it
exactly.
means in the U.S. context. So people got to be
Right.
willing to do their work. Yo, but Friars, man, it's been interesting having you up. I appreciate it a lot, man. You really interesting person. You got a lot of insight and your understanding of politics and what's national politics and how it intersects with a lot of this global shit is on point, man. I appreciate it a lot.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not. I think I don't know. Maybe it's just me because I'm a person, but I'm thinking there's a lot of people like me that maybe need to look a little more into this term Zionism, right? And understand it. I notice in Denmark people use the term a lot. I mean, people talk about Zionist, or they use the term Zionism a lot, right? And but it's not unilaterally used the same way you could say. But I noticed that it's also becoming a term in the U.S. And I think there are concerns that some Jewish people that maybe are not Zionist, right, feel like maybe that it's an anti-Semitic term. You know, what do you feel about that? What do you think? Do you? Yeah.
It's important. The reason why I pointed out to you Nutra Carta
Mm-hmm.
is because anytime somebody tries to say that's anti-Semitic, just point to them and say, "What do you think of this group?" And if they're a Zionist, you know what they're going to say? F those guys. Who cares about them? And I hate them. Why? Because they're anti-Semitic.
Okay.
So anti-Semitism is really, I mean, if it's about hating an ethnicity, a lot of times if you identify as like as a Nazi Jew, you're anti-Semitic to first off, Muslims are Semitic, right? Like that's part of what's it all comes to Semites. So they hate them to begin with. But Zionists really hate anything that's outside of their view, and their view is really kind of like look up the orders of Zionism. It's a political movement,
Right.
and it's
It's a
really
political movement.
a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah, and a lot of them are atheists. Like
Well,
because again,
when
you
I look it
you
up,
can't go
like
ahead.
when I look it up, they got different groups. They say there's political Zionism, then there's cultural Zionism, whatever. There's some people mean it figuratively, others mean it actively on the ground, like meaning their state philosophy, what the state is going to do, right? And
So yeah,
versus this thing of I guess the easiest way to interpret it is some people believe that it means the Israel has a right to exist, right? Versus other people believe that you can how can I say this? Damn, is it the right to exist or is it
no, that's what they say.
no,
That's what right.
it's
They have the
not
right to exist.
it's not the right to exist. It's something else. Let me see. Hold on. Let me just look this up. What what are the different there's three different contexts, right? What or roughly, let's see here. What are the different um
So my question for you is, does Israel have a right to exist? According to who? See, that's the thing. If you take away the Torah, all right, what right do they have to the land? And the answer is none, because it's all based upon this idea of the Torah. But bigger than that, um, um, Hasidic Hasidic Jews and Orthodox Jews
Right.
say only Hashem could bring us out of the diaspora.
Right.
So who's making this state? Is it God making this state, or is it a bunch of men making this state?
Right.
And that's the argument that you have to ask about. Jews
Yeah.
living
Yeah.
peacefully in the
Right.
Levant
Yeah. Yeah. I
before
get
the
you.
state.
Yeah, it's true. You
Yeah,
don't have the religious. You could have any religious context you want to put on it, but once it becomes political, then it takes a different shape. But here, this is
yeah,
what it says: Zionism is rarely a single monolithic idea, and I think this is what I was getting at. A lot of people maybe don't understand what's being said, right? Since its formal inception, the late 19th century, it has branched into several distinct ideologies, each its own vision for what a Jewish homeland should look like and how it should function. Political Zionism. This is the most well known form, spearheaded by Theodor Herzl. It emerged as a response to European anti Semitism, arguing that Jews would never be safe until they had a legal, recognized sovereign state. Focuses diplomacy, international recognition, and the creation of government institutions. Goal: a secular state for Jews protected by international law. Now, for me,
there you go.
I'm not. I don't understand this part because I think, don't get me wrong, I think cultural heritage is important to protect, right? I think everybody thinks about that, right? But when it's a secular state for Jews protected by international law, how do you achieve that? How does anybody achieve that? What is that?
It's an oxymoron.
Don't all states exist with different people? Like, I don't get
Yeah.
it. Don't people have the freedom
Listen,
to be different? I just don't
but it's an
understand it.
oxymoron. It's an oxymoron because understand they're basing it off of the Torah. Yeah, they're a secular state. There are atheists who don't believe in the Torah, but yet they believe that the Torah gives them the right to have the land.
Exactly.
It's I mean, if you think of it, it's absolutely just it's craziness. But that's what Zionism is. Zionism is by all means necessary.
And
So
now,
in the end,
yeah, go ahead.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, and then here,
Because
here
in
we
the end,
go. Oh, go ahead. You go ahead. Yep.
they want to take Jerusalem. They want to all to themselves the entire former Israel state, which was by the way only a state for like 150 years, maybe 200 years. Not a state that long. And it broke up into segments, and then it was dissolved. It's been gone for over 1,500 years. You know, and then they want if not they're going to create another state which is in Greenland, and it's going to be based upon the same basic principles of we're a superior being, but they don't believe in God.
Well, let me ask you this. This part, is it like this whole thing a secular state for Jews? Aren't there secular states for Muslims?
No,
No.
well,
Okay.
yes, there are. Now there are secular states for Muslims. There's let me think here. It's complicated because there's secular Arab states, but Muslims are based upon the Quran. If you're a Muslim, it's a religious belief. I think the term Muslim means to submit yourself. So
Uh,
a Muslim state can be either a state where everyone has a right, or it can be a state under Sharia law. And I'm not sure, but I think
aha. Okay, I
like
see what you're
look at
saying.
look at look at Thailand. Yeah, look at Thailand. Like they have different beliefs there than let's say in the mainland, which is Saudi Arabia, where Sharia law is the lay of the land.
I mean, if you ask me, I personally, I just think it's problematic for anybody, because the reality of it is that any land that you stand on, people of different faiths have stood there in the history of that land. So
Exactly.
what's the issue? You know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing I've been saying about like the US, man. We don't honor one native. Our public schools, we live in a place called the United States of America, and we don't, in our tax system, we don't use any tax money to teach any of our kids any Native American language. They don't even have the right to learn it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
and that is just insane because come on, we're on the continent where these people still live and have lived. It's part of the history. It's part of who we are. Even the ones of us that migrated there, it's part of who we are. It's part of our culture. Some aspects of Native American culture have transcended to this day. You see what I mean? So it's just to me ridiculous. And so I'm not in favor. Has nothing to do with just Zionism or a Jewish state. I don't see why. Now, I think this has been a big conversation, but I think it's a fault, man, because even in Denmark, there's been conversations about, is it a Christian? Every country now is talking about their heritage and are you Christian or what? But one of the things I like about Nordic people is that they also embrace their polytheistic history too, right? Before being Christians, like that's part of their history. They embrace that. So the Asa Troll and all these different, this context, right? And the Vikings, etc., right? So I don't know what the point would be behind making any, what is the offense? What's the offense? I don't get it. Like, what's the problem with people having different religions? But obviously it's a power thing because some people feel like there is this thing out there where there's this fear in this context or this conversation spread in Western countries that Muslims are going to take over Christians, right? Isn't that really what's happening? The conversation.
They push that, but it's not true. It's not true in all Muslim countries. Some of them are required to, but it's what they want you to believe. That way, Christianity is under attack, before they can do whatever they want to defend it.
And then they're going to point out like Sharia law, right? This is the conversation that's already gone on in Denmark. Sharia law, they've had it now. It's not. I don't know. I don't know where it's gone because I don't follow it much, but it hasn't been a popular one. It hasn't been a popular movement, but it has existed. This idea here that some people practice Sharia, and I'm just curious, like, I don't know. I guess the type of person I am, I don't see why religion, I guess we're going back to the same conversation here, back to what is the goal of religion? What is the goal? Like, and how people choose to use it, right? Different people use it differently. And I guess what we're talking about is when you use it in a context that is too extreme, right? When it becomes the only thing that's important, right? Isn't that the problem? When some things that are important maybe aren't encompassed in it. Like the fact that I can walk down the street and see people of different backgrounds. Isn't that important too?
That's very important. But one thing about the Sharia law, like there are communities throughout, maybe in Denmark, in Canada for sure, and in the U.S., where they do have like a mosque, and around the mosque, there is a form of Sharia law. For example, if you get in a conflict, me and you get in a conflict, or both part of the temple, both part of the mosque, we can go to the cleric, and he'll solve that problem for us in accordance with Sharia law. Okay, that does exist. However, in every Jewish community where they have all of these like really Orthodox Jews, they have Levitical law. They eat kosher food. You see what I'm saying? Kosher food has to be made a certain way. When they slay cattle a certain way, it has to be done in a kosher manner. And they have all these kosher customs.
Right.
And never any of the left or any of the lunatic right complain about that, do you? They don't say anything about that.
Well, yeah, that might be true. I hear you, but here's the thing. Like in Denmark, it doesn't matter what your religion is, even though like, when you migrate here, you have a lot of people donate money to the Lutheran Church to keep up the temples and they see it as a cultural thing, right? Denmark was Lutheran state, and so they keep up some of the temples, or I think it's 1% people pay. Not, you don't have to, but it's voluntary, but a lot of people pay it. But here's the thing, as a cultural thing, right? But even people that just don't go to church or even have anything to do with the Lutheran Church, right? A lot of people pay 1% for that. But in the law, you don't get to practice anything. And you get to practice what the Danish law, the state says you get to practice. It don't matter what religion you're in. There's something in your religion that the law says is illegal. You don't get to do it in Denmark. And it doesn't matter.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, of course,
Wow.
man. Even Christianity. You don't get to do everything that's in the Christian Bible. No, you don't.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
in Texas they have blue laws still, right? On the books, Texas blue laws here in Texas.
let me just show you what I mean. Now, I'm gonna look that up. Let me see here. Let me just make sure I got
Yeah,
this right.
for sure.
In Denmark, do you have the right to practice a religion like Christianity, Judaism, or Islam that go against Danish state law? You know, Danish law is pretty much like UN law as far as rights, human and civil rights. You know,
Right.
so it's very close to follows that closely, right? So let's see here. In Denmark, the relationship between religion and state law is governed by the principle of freedom of religion, but not freedom from law. So, you see what I mean? While the Danish Constitution guarantees your right to believe whatever you wish and to form congregations for worship, those practices must remain within the boundaries of good morals and public order and practice. This means that if the religious laws like Sharia, Halakha, or Canaan law conflicts with Danish state law, the state law always prevails.
Nice.
Yeah. So
And that's all. That's all you need. That says it all
you know
right
what I'm saying? And it's like, and so for me, I think 1% of my taxes go to the Lutheran, you know, to upkeep of the Lutheran churches or whatever, things like that, historical sites, right? But
Right.
I'm not a member of the Lutheran Church though. But I don't do it because I have any belief. Like I'm not down for any other law outside of the state law. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Period. You know what I mean? And that's my view of it, right? How now if you want to like somebody in the chat said you could pray in your house. Yeah, it's true. I could pray in my house. I could do any kind of ritualistic shit I want in my house. I went down this. I was out walking around with a neighbor of mine, and we went into a basement. We weren't walking around. We were at work at this time. It was a long time ago during some floodings. So we were doing some flood work at that time for a private company in basements where the flooding had happened. You know, you have to put some solvents where the flooding has happened so the mold doesn't build up. This kind of shit. So we were doing a lot of basement work. And inside one of them, we found a damn I don't know if it's from Ghana or if it's from a neighbor country. You know, they might share some traditions. But there was a temple in a basement.
Really?
With some it was like I don't want to call it voodoo because there's a better term for it, right? In a basement. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it, but
Animus.
yeah, something like that. But yeah, I think it's animus, right? But you know, people, you're entitled to do all kinds of stuff as long as it doesn't break the law, the state law, you know?
Right.
And
Right.
and I don't understand what's so complicated. Like, why wouldn't, you know? So when I hear somebody saying it has to be like they say a Jewish state here, right? Right. When we go back to this, it says a state of all citizens without hold on. We go back here. See, there's different. Actually, even some of these Zionists describe themselves as different, man. You know, to be honest, there was one of them that said a Jewish state for all people, regardless of their religion. I don't know what that means, but you got to look into the detail. I'm not Israeli, so I don't really have a lot in the conversation. But let's say here, goal, secular state for Jews protected by international law. I don't see how that works anywhere, bro. Secular state for Jews? Like, do I live in a secular state for Christians? Is Denmark a secular state for Christians? I mean, it's just worth going over this because I don't look into a lot. Look at this. It says the answer is a bit of yes and no because Denmark occupies a unique middle ground. It is technically not a secular state in the way the United States or France are, but in daily practice, it is one of the most secular societies in the world. So secular means separate from religion. What I don't get what
Yes,
they, yeah, but for
because
Jews,
if
I,
1%, well, in Denmark, if 1% of your money, your taxes goes to support the Lutheran institutions, those states, I can guess that wouldn't be a separation of church and state.
right,
But what they, so like
but it's
Mamdani
voluntary.
explained it best.
It's voluntary.
Well, but Mamdani explained it best. He goes, I support Israel as a secular state with equal rights for all.
Right.
That's what he supports, but he does not support the notion of a Jewish state. Which
Yeah.
again, if you read if you're an actual true Orthodox Jew, you should neither, because only Hashem put them in the diaspora, and only Hashem can bring them out of the diaspora. If man does it, then it's of the Antichrist, and they have to reject it. So it's a catch, because the truth is, you can't have this, like every Beverly Hills is a place where Jews can live in peace and worship as they choose to, you know. And Florida is a place in Florida, but Beverly Hills especially. I used to live near Beverly Hills. Everything shuts down on Shabbat. There's hardly any road traffic or anything. So
Okay.
it's kind of like a little secular, a little Jewish state. But you see what I'm saying? Everyone has equal rights there. Like there's a mosque there, there's a church there,
Right.
and that's what Israel was supposed to be, but it's not. It's turned into this Zionist state where Palestinians have no rights, Christians are being genocide, and as long as you're white and you're secular and you agree with Zionism, you're part of the system.
Damn. That's deep, yo.
So that's what it is, and that's the problem. That's not what it's supposed to be, and
Right.
that's the problem. That's why I don't support Zionism. I support the protection of I support protecting Jews in the diaspora as they're supposed to be, and then the day that Hashem comes and the Mashiach comes, is they will all return to Jerusalem, but not until then.
Now,
Anything else is just it's not the right way.
now check this out. It says the constitutional special status. According to Section 4 of the Danish Constitution, y'all can't see that, the Evangelistic Lutheran Church shall be the established church of Denmark, and of such
Wow.
shall be supported by the state, right? So this means the monarch must be a member of the king or queen of Denmark, is legally required to belong to the Evangelistic Lutheran Church, right?
That's
Fi-
crazy.
Financial support. The state collects church tax, Kirkeskat, from the members and provides additional direct funding to the church for administrative tasks like birth and death registration. But I think this is voluntary right here, to be honest. But I'm gonna follow that. I'm gonna look into that. The preliminary parliamentary control. The Danish Parliament Folketinget acts as a supreme legislative body for the church. There is a minister of ecclesiastical affairs who oversees church business. Okay. It is a theocracy. Is it a theocracy? No. Even though the church is linked to the state, Denmark is not governed by religious laws. So, secular legislation. Laws are passed by secular parliament based on democratic debate, not biblical decree. Religious freedom. While the Lutheran Church is established, Section 6770 of the Constitutional guarantees full religious freedom for all other denominations and faiths. Secular values. Danish law regarding marriage, divorce, LGBTQ plus rights, and abortion is among the most liberal in the world, often moving faster than the church's own internal traditionalist wing. So I think, I don't know, I would sum this up as saying the Lutheran Church is, the issue here is it's more cultural, right, to Denmark. Like when was it established? And a lot of people, I guess the church was a big institution in Denmark before the government, right? I mean, it was the
Yeah.
government before the government, right? The crown was the
Yeah.
government, and then the crown, it converted to Christianity, this kind of thing. I think it has a lot to do with that, more so than the feelings of the average Dane, you know? Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm getting out of it. Now, it says secular values. Danish law regarding marriage, divorce, LGBTQ rights, and abortion is among the most liberal in the world, often moving faster right. And cultural versus religious Christianity. Most Vanes view the national church, Folkekirken, as a cultural institution rather than a strictly religious one. It's true, man. Membership, because they had a crossover period. You know what I mean? So, yeah, let me see. Membership, a high percentage of the population are members, around 70%, but regular church attendance is among the lowest in Europe, 3 to 5%. Tradition, many Danes use, 3 to 5%. You know, so you can see there's some differences here. You know, and I'm just curious about. I think, you know what I think happens. You know, people. It's just like this terminology that we discussed when we said democratic socialist, right? In the minds, democratic socialist rings a certain way to people, right? And people get caught up in how it rings to them, but they don't look into exactly what it means, right? And then they just go with how it sounds, right? For whatever reason, some say good, some say bad, right? But really don't know what is baked in the cake because it's more specific, right? And if you want it to work, if you want anything to work, you need to be engaged in the specifics, right? Because not just in the words, right? And I think this kind of is the same thing. On, you know, when we start at the beginning, it almost makes it sound like it's very similar to Israel, right? Like, is Denmark a secular state for Christians? The answer is a bit of yes. Aha, is it? You know, and no. And no. Because Denmark occupies a unique middle ground. It's technically not a secular state, right? So when they say a state for Jews, right, it could also sound like, okay, well, that's nothing new, right? A lot of people have that state for Muslim. Yeah, that's okay. Also okay. You see where I'm getting at? But it's not really just about Muslim or Christian or Jew. It's about what's really baked in that cake, right?
I think that's what they want is like so what the like you said a phrase to me I gotta look up. He said the minister of Ecclesiastes.
Yeah.
So if there's a minister of Ecclesiastes in Denmark, that means that they're connected to a church.
Yeah.
But I think that that's what Israel wants is kind of that framework.
Right.
And I think about we're 70% maybe Jewish, but only like 3 to 5% actually practice Judaism.
Right.
And so and they're still pretty liberal. Like they have abortion there, but they deny a lot of minority rights,
Right.
which I don't think I'm talking in Israel they do right now.
Yeah.
But again, that's just because they have a MAGA style leadership. Like they have it's very far right wing in this office.
Yeah.
If Israel was more leftward leaning, I don't think it would have the problems that they. I don't think they would have the war. I don't think they would still try to stifle the Palestinians. I think they'd be a lot better off. But
Yo, man,
I
they
think
would
they're
be. You know what? I
being
think they would
swayed.
be. They would be
Yeah.
a haven. You know, they would be like
Yeah.
they would be way more powerful if they were, because people don't leave. People don't. First of all, religion. I don't even understand why people feel like they have to change a religion, change to one, convert to another, and all of that stuff, because isn't it all the same in the first place to me? But in any case, you know, in that region, like, I would think that it's always better to show that you're better, right? If you show that you're better, by nature, other people will adapt, right? Other people will want to pick up something, to either adapt or pick up something. You never know. I mean, if people are converting to Islam and people are converting to Christianity, then people will convert to Judaism too. If you're showing that you're actually totally cool and totally, understanding and totally respectful of others, right? That's how I look at it. And it seems like there's enough problems in the world to where people don't, religion is not what people will be hating so much. It's how you behave and how you act. That's what's going to show up, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's what people are going to pick up first. And then they're going to be like, afterwards, they're going to figure out what religion you are. So if you act fucked up and you treat people like shit, and then they find out you're a Muslim, then people are going to have problems with Muslims. If you act fucked up and you treat people like shit, and then then people find out you're a Christian, then they're gonna have problems with Christians. And if you act fucked up and you treat people like shit and you're Jewish, people are gonna have a problem with Jews.
I think that Netanyahu and those guys have talked about it. I think what their big fear is losing power. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
if the
That's
fall,
true.
like I said, on power. Yeah, and they let Muslims and Gaza vote that they'll get rid of them because they're so cruel. And it's like you said, it's how you treat people. If they treated them good, they wouldn't lose power.
Yeah,
But the way that they treated them so bad is so bad. Of course, they're gonna lose power. And
I
so I
think
think
so,
that's the
man.
biggest fear.
And
Yeah.
you know what happens, like a lot of people come to Denmark, you know, and of course migrating to a place could be different, right? This is I'm saying this in context to what you're saying, right? A lot of people move to Denmark, right? And there's always challenges when you migrate to different places, no matter where you migrate to, right? But I think
Yeah.
the longer people live in Denmark, the more sense it makes to them, the system. You know, everybody doesn't move. Everyone doesn't come from a Scandinavian model, right? Everyone doesn't migrate from a Scandinavian model, right? Where everybody got the access to education if you want it. Everyone has access to healthcare if you need it. You know, the job, you know, housing and the job thing is managed a little bit more, I would say, more, it's more in depth. The look that they put into it is more in depth so it actually works and maintains itself. But everyone doesn't come from a society like that. So even myself as an American, you know, Americans, because we function on a different time because our system is on a different time. Our system is you swim or you sink. So we're fast. We want to meet people, but we also want to know what you can do, right? And how much you can do it
Right.
for. And what, you know, our relationships are founded a little bit, just it's a little more leaning in that direction, not necessarily based on, a lot of it is based on survival, not necessarily based on choice, right? And I think when you migrate as an American to Denmark, a place like Denmark, right? We always say things work a little bit slower. Yeah, things work a little bit slower, but they work better, right? And so you have to kind of change your pace. Everything's not so fast. You don't get everything so quickly. There's kind of a structure to how it works, right? But I think once you go through that process, you realize that wow, actually, man, there a lot of thought went into this model and how it works, right? And you don't want to change the model then. You see what I mean? Like you actually
Right.
get
Right.
it and you want to uphold the model. And I think that's what I meant about Israel. Like, look, if your society makes sense, man, that in itself, if it's functioning well, that in itself is going to uphold everything else. That's going to change the whole paradigm. But if you have other problems that you're running away from and systemic faults, like number one, listen, how much aid Israel functions off a lot of aid, man. That could
Yeah.
never be a great thing, right? That that's not really
Yeah.
a great thing. Denmark, how much aid does Denmark function on? Is Denmark functioning on aid? You know, so
Oh, yeah. That's more.
you see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I think there's some differences there that Israel, the state, have to address. You see what I mean? And yeah, for it to be better, and yeah, the politics are center in that. And like you said, this right wing government there, they have attached themselves to so much that may not even be necessary, man. Because at the end of the day, don't all people want the same thing? At the end of the day, I mean,
Of course.
I got a neighbor, man. My neighbor, Palestinian guy, right? He can't get a day's break. You know why? Because he's got family members that live in both Palestine and in Israel.
Yeah. Tough.
And there's a lot of people like that. You see what I mean? It's a lot of people like
Yeah.
that. And it's just like damn, man, like, when is this going to end? And I just really hope, I really wish the best for Palestinians and Israelis, I really wish the best. But all the players involved in this need to come to the table and work on something that works for real for just everyday people. And
Yeah.
stop the this idea that the fighting, that anything is good is going to come out of the fighting. only things bad is going to come. I'm not saying that Palestinians should give up more land. No, I'm not saying that. Of course, nobody wants that, right? They shouldn't want that either. But, you know, I just mean like this thing about back and forth, that's been going on so long. It's like, and again, Israel still, what's the economy of Israel like? Let me see something. How much aid does Israel, can Israel function without aid? Can Israel function the same? Let me see. I just want to, I'm not doing,
Look,
yeah, go ahead.
look it up. But I think my answer is of course they could definitely function without aid. However, they wouldn't be able to attack their neighbors. They wouldn't be able to attack Syria or the Golan Heights. They wouldn't be able to attack Lebanon. They wouldn't be able to attack Iran without aid.
Right.
So unfortunately, a lot of aid that they get goes into military stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it's burnt money, and it keeps this false narrative. It keeps their people afraid, and it keeps Americans keep dumping money into their country. Which who knows how much gets ciphered off? We have no idea how much Netanyahu's guys are peeling
Right.
off the top. We
Right.
have no idea.
Right.
And so it's making this unnecessary war machine. If Israel chose a life of peace, I think that they would be better off, and I think that they could. Like, I would love to see our aid go to helping out just infrastructure and the people, not to military.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty much
what
what
is
it
the
says here, man. That's pretty much what it says here. They can function without aid, but you know, they would have to change their strategy. You know,
Yeah,
they'd have to change the
they have to
strategy
get
of
along with their neighbors. Yeah,
yeah, and I really hope they take that seriously because I mean, I can only speak for Americans, but I know Americans are fucking tired. Americans are tired, man, and we're
some are.
yeah, some of us are, yeah, and some just don't care. I mean, you know,
No, some
that
don't care.
that's the crazy thing about it. I mean, but do you want does Israel want right wing extremists that hate Jews giving Israel all the weapons it can have to just stay engaged in killing other people? Is that what they want?
Yeah, they do.
Is that what they fucking want?
They're happy with that, and the reason why is that they're thriving on the violence because it's not about Hashem. It's not about living peace with your neighbors. It's about constant, perpetual warfare and a constant enemy, and that's what keeps them close in the mind. This is how they stay in power, out of fear. It's like without 9/11, George Bush Senior wouldn't, or George W. Bush wouldn't have stayed in office. But it was that fear and that common enemy, and that's what Trump feeds on. Like, why do you think Trump demonizes the left? He demonizes these people. He demonizes immigrants. He needs that to stay in power, and so that's the same with Netanyahu. Like Netanyahu was going to jail. He had protests all throughout Israel and over him, over
Mhm.
his corruption, and he knew that Hamas was going to do this attack. He was watching it. He monitored it, and when it happened, he needed that because has he gone to jail? No, he's still free. So they need these wars so that they can keep those in power. Because then the voices of moderation get shut up. The voices of moderation get assassinated. The voices of moderation can be arrested, and no one's going to say anything about it.
Mm, mm. Yeah, yeah,
So
it's
yeah, they
yeah,
absolutely do.
yeah, that's crazy. It says a deep philosophical and economic question that gets to the heart of the USA actually is in 2026, the U.S. pursues more isolationist, America First policies. This is moved from the thought experiment to the real world stress test. To answer it, we have to look at three different ways you might mean USA. Okay. Can a nation survive without a global superpower? This is the most likely interpretation, right? The U.S. is currently pulling back from the international organizations, leaving environmental groups, and questioning NATO and imposing high tariffs. Survival, yes. The U.S. has the world's most resilient geography. It is energy independent. Shell oil and massive food exporter. U.S. left the world, it wouldn't starve or freeze. Right. The coast, while the nation survives, the standard of living would plummet. Now, well, let me see something. Yeah. So I'm just, to me it seems like one of these things is going to happen because the isolationist thing, is definitely going to mean Americans are not going to want to keep funding war. Because
Well, they're going to though because it's written right into Project 2025. Like that they this is like they say that, but it's not really isolationism. It's instead is we want you to focus only on this continent. So Trump plans on going to war by taking Greenland. Trump plans on going to war by taking Cuba. Trump plans on going to war by taking Mexico, by taking Colombia, by taking Venezuela, and the last war, the Great War, will be a war with Canada. So it's going to be a lot more war. Only difference is now Russia can get Africa, Russia can get Europe, and then China can get Taiwan. Which means that once we don't have chips, what happens? Now we have a real problem because we have no way to have. I mean, it's going to kill our military. We don't
yeah,
have any of the microchips we need for our military hardware, which means that we'll be upside down. Now we have to go to war with China.
it ain't. Yeah, it's not going to be possible because we're not producing everything we need. We don't have enough, and we're giving the weapons
No,
away to everybody else. It's like,
yeah,
at the same time. I mean, to me, it seems like I don't know. I don't understand why the American people would tolerate this shit, but there's no way anybody can have it both ways. Like you can't go in both
he has a cult.
directions at the same time. You can't be
No,
isolationist and and do the things that they want to do. It just
but he is a cult, and so the thing about it, he tells them one thing that is not true. Like where terrorists come from. The companies are paying that, and then they're going to charge it back to us. Not according to his cult. According to his cult, the company producing it pays the tariffs. Just little things like that. We're isolationists, but then why are you going to war in 5 different countries?
yeah,
So even though he's saying America first, he's not. That's just a cover for what he really is, and that is an imperialist, just like Adolf Hitler, the
mm,
exact same. He wants like Adolf Hitler wanted all this area. Trump wants all that too. And again, all this goes back to the foundation of geopolitics. That's what in the book that they wanted to have happen. The U.S. is isolated to the Americas, and then Russia gets this, and China gets that, and Iran gets this. That's what they're trying to get to, and then they want the Greater Israel tossed in there because why not? They can bribe them.
yeah, they can buy them, right?
So
I
yeah,
don't think it's going to work, man. I think they're on a crazy path, and I just think there's going to be some backstabbing in there, you know. And if you think you can trust, if Trump thinks that he can trust Putin to a certain extent. Yeah, enough to get him into trouble, right? Putin is going to support
yeah,
Trump enough to get Trump in the USA into the trouble he wants Trump in the USA to be in. China is going to do the
yeah.
same thing. They're going to play along long enough for the U.S. to get themselves put out of position, and then they're going to flip the script. Other people are going to flip the script. Nobody is in this world for stupidity. Nobody owes anybody this a lunatic, his dream. And so other countries are going to have to do what they have to do to survive. And they're going to flip. Look, if they try to get the U.S. to go after South America, man, come on. The easiest thing to do is what did that? I can already see that being a failure. It's what do they call it? It's unobtainable. It's unobtainium.
You see that?
It's
I see
unobtainium.
that.
You know what I'm saying? All we're going to do is
Yeah.
get bogged down there, and we're not going to. And what is the senselessness of it? Because they're Americans too. We can just work with them by talking, and
Ex-
we don't have to go to fucking war
Exactly.
with Americans.
But
It's just insane. It's insane. Um, and yeah,
but
man.
if we're at war in South America, if we put boots on the ground on there and we get caught in another Vietnam, what does that mean? It means that China can now take Taiwan
Yeah,
without a single shot being fired.
yeah,
And the U.S. can't help them. And then China will also take the Philippines.
exactly.
And then China will probably threaten New Zealand because that's easy to take over. And then might even make Australia something to them. Like nothing that they can do. And
Exactly.
that's what they see.
Yeah,
That's what they
and
see.
so long, Crocodile Dundee. Adios, Crocodile
Yeah.
Dundee. It won't, and this is what Trump is feeding into and shit. I mean, and these MAGA people, man, if they don't understand it, you cannot fight. The United States will not be able to fight on all fronts alone. And other people don't want to be dragged into this senselessness. You know what I mean? There's, it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. But all right, man. All right, Fries. It's been cool, bro.
Brother. We can go forever about this. So it's always good talking to you, my friend.
Yeah, you too, man. You too, man. I'll catch up. We catch up soon, bro. We catch up soon. I appreciate it. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah. We had Fries up here, man. That was good. I was actually waiting for Fries. Obviously it's not always possible because everybody got different schedules and but it's been an interesting conversation today. It went in a lot of areas. Obviously I'm not Israel and Palestine is not my specialist area. That's not where I specialize in, and that's one of the reasons why I like to have Fries hop up every once in a while to talk about that, because he's more articulate and more knowledgeable on it. I'm not. My background has been kind of, how can I say this? I think I've had the perspective that this shit has gone on for way too long in Israel and Palestine, that I kind of tuned out, you could say, you know what I mean? But it's not possible to just tune all the way out, because listen, man, this shit is still going on, and our government is playing a role. And no matter how we see the role that our government is playing, the fact is that we played a role. We played a role. And so if we're going to be playing a role, then we need to have an end we need to have a successful someplace where peace is established and where people can get on with their lives, and everybody, everyone, the volume went down, and everyone, is deserving of that. Everybody is deserving of that. Yeah. That's why I don't use, WhatsApp, because it does something to the audio. It pulls it down, and now you guys can hear it again, right? Okay. So, check 1 2. Let me just check it. Yeah. And now you all can hear it better, right? Yeah. So sorry about that. That happens when I go on WhatsApp, but if you use Discord, it doesn't happen. So that's what that's all about. So, everybody try to get Discord if you can. If you want to hop up on this podcast, try to get the Discord app working on your phone, and then it will happen, and then the audio is all good. But listen, I appreciated having Fries up here because he can articulate some things a little better than me. I'm also not so religious. You see what I mean? And so when the conversation gets into the religious aspects of it, it goes somewhere that my mind, my purpose as a person, it doesn't go necessarily. And but it's necessary to also review some of this stuff, because a lot of people come into these conversations with different perspective, and some of it is based on their exposure to religion. Some of it's based on their exposure to the histories on the ground. Maybe one person is Israeli, one person is Palestinian. That counts. And then for others of us, we're not on the ground in Israel, Palestine. I'm not a Palestinian. I'm not an Israeli. I'm just an American that lives in Denmark. You see what I mean? So there's a lot of different perspective there. And it's good to have people that are able to articulate more aspects of the confrontation and the conflict that's going on, and Fry's a good guy. So you all can basically hear that. So he doesn't wish anybody harm. He doesn't wish Israelis harm. He doesn't wish Palestinians harm. So it's good to hear some perspective on that, because it could be helpful. It could be helpful for a lot. I wish for the best for that situation, but I wish for the best. And I think our leadership, we have enough power in the U.S. to set things straight if we're going to be involved. And I just can't for the life of me understand why, for some reason, we're not able to solve the problem. And we're still paying billions of dollars every year. And now we got another problem. Now we got a president that doesn't even want fucking Americans to have a living wage to be able to live in America, but we still gonna be funding this war. It's like, I don't know, at some point this shit is going to end. This shit has just got to end, man. It's just got to end. People don't have, Americans, I I guess MAGA people are still like to send their money. You know, I thought they ran on that platform of no more foreign wars. They just changed the whole script. They're okay with foreign wars. You know, I was never okay with foreign wars, but I'm like, if it's to protect things, our allies, people that we work with, people that help enhance our lives, yeah, we might want to help them out. But, you know, if it's just senselessness and no purpose, I mean, I don't want to fight a war for somebody's religion. No, I want to fight a war for democracy, to preserve democracy, to preserve the right to choose individually. People choose themselves. People vote. Everybody has a say in the society through their vote. I'm for that kind of stuff. If it's going to be war, not for somebody's religion. No. And I'm also for protecting, you know, people shouldn't have to deal with tyrants. People shouldn't be running, you know, but that's a different, that's hard to say when we come from a country that's founded on being colonized, on colonialism. You know, that's a difficult concept to pick up the banner for also. But we better. It's got to be about democracy. It's got to be about freedom, and it's got to be about understanding people's basic rights. And we shouldn't want anybody being trampled on by tyrants. You know what I mean? We want people to have a voice in their countries, and and we want people to not be taking away folks' voices and then invading other countries, you know? And otherwise sooner or later it's going to be at your own doorstep. But not that it has to be at your doorstep to affect you, because shit is affecting the US right now from all over, and primarily it's our own president's fault. It's our own leadership's fault. No matter what president you vote for, a lot of our issues are our own faults at this point, and we got to learn how to straighten them out. But in any case, I'm going to be out. I'll be back later on again at the normal scheduled time. I was a little late today, but I will see you all back in like, what is it? Something like 12 hours, 18 hours from now. I appreciate everybody. Yeah. Dylan, Flavor Sweet. What's up? I see you in there. Rafika, Dylan, Flipping Out. Yeah, I got you in there too. Who else was in the house today? Boom. Let me see there. Figment Brain. I see you. Figment Brain. Appreciate you. Magpies. Yes, I looked that up. Actually, I didn't get a chance to read that, the Battle for God, but I will check that out. I appreciate that. Let me see here. Jonathan, I saw you, Jonathan. Didn't get a chance to talk to you, but I'll catch up with you, and we catch up next time. Who else was in here? I came on a little late today, so I got a lot from different parts of the world, so I appreciate that. CPCP4Z, Lucky Lutnick. Lutnick gotta go, man. Lutnick gotta go. Yeah, Sharon, I see you, Sharon. Yeah, Sharon was in here today. I appreciate you. Who else was in here? Jazzy Music was in here. Yeah, Tay Bunhun. Oh, what's up? I missed you, Tay Bunhun. What's up? Who else? Oh my God. Eric. Yeah. Eric. You got you, Eric. Yeah. And everybody else, I appreciate it. Yeah. And then again, also big up to Friars for hopping up. Yo, y'all, I'll be back. I'll catch you guys soon. Everybody get a good rest if you need to go to sleep. And I'll catch up with everybody in the next some hours. Stay alive now. Stay alive. All right. Yeah, and thanks for tolerating my music. You know what I'm saying? Peace. I appreciate everybody. Fuck Trump. Impeach Trump. Trump gotta go, man.
I know how to see a whack MC when he mustn't, but I just back away real cool, no fussing. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. So listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Into the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony to the bony. Won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. Here's the card, they call me Uncle Vigor. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I'll be the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relax behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics, just atomic. It bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the robotic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary. So get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Every dog chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like none splatter. We try to climb a ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like slatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. So Father, you know I do protect ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture.
Wrote this one cause I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still or roll it, cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want to love.
Baby girl,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to.
Hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love you.
I love you, girl.
Just relax, 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 just relax.
Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God needing brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things for me that you do. When you rub my back, it's feeling so nice. Much more than reunion and ice. It's about the kindness I can see in your face, and the way it's at the right time and place. No other woman I'd rather spend my time. This love is so fresh I can taste.
I just want to love the way you love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love the way you love.
It's about you.
Love the way I love you.
I love you.
Just relax, 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 just relax.
L-O-V-U, my G-R-L. What? It's like that.
I'm having feelings I never felt in my life. It's hard to explain, what I'm going through is new. I'm good looking, clean up well, but without this fine young little lady, I'm still in hell. She's brown skinned, Eritrean. Love every second and the time that we spend. We're good friends, there's no need to pretend. The way she walks and moves her hips, those smooth curves, I just love to kiss. It's Sunday morning, make her breakfast in bed, bring her a latte and chill up in the spread, and manifest all the thoughts in my head. The comforter of my life. You know what? She may not know it. I want her to be my wife. It was my finest wish to stay the night. She's doing fine on her own, about to buy a home. Me, I'm working out some shit, but I've grown. I'm working hard to keep things right. Focus on my music so we can have a life outside of the system and the bright lights. She feeds me juice and curry when I'm hungry. Caress me on my body, it feels lovely. A lot of pain that I took on in my life, I need you to make it right. Need you to make it right. The feelings I'm feeling, it's real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right. I wanna make love tonight. The feelings I'm feeling, it's real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right. I wanna make love tonight. Brown eyes, caramel skin, beautiful face, where do I begin? Your hips, they keep making me excited. Your breasts, just how I like it. If you're the key to my life, then will you be there for me? All I'm asking is will you trust in me? It's complicated, but I wanna do it right. If we keep true to the love, we can make life. Your destiny is to be with me. I'm waiting for you to be one with me. Your soulmate, I would do anything for you. Baby girl, it's you I adore. Word life, you are my life. I won't deal with nothing that's strife. We're gonna spend all our time together, me and you, girl, forever. The feelings I'm feeling, it's real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right. I wanna make love tonight. The feelings I'm feeling, it's real in my life. I know you're something special, want you to be my wife. All I need to know is will you treat me right. I wanna make love tonight. Tonight.